At this time, court calls State of Wisconsin versus Stephen Avery, case number 05CA381. We're here this morning outside the presence of a jury at this time for the continuation of a trial in this matter. Will the parties state their appearances for the record, please?
Good morning, Judge. The state appears by the Calumet County District Attorney Ken Kratz, Assistant Attorney General Tom Fallon, Assistant DA Norm Kahn appearing as special prosecutors.
Stephen Avery's presence in person, Jerome Buting and Dean Strang on his behalf.
All right. I'll indicate for the record that I met with counsel in chambers before beginning today to discuss the schedule for today, and the court also discussed with counsel the issue relating to the victim's voicemail records, which the court reserved ruling on yesterday, and I'd like counsel to indicate the status of that matter as they see it. This morning, Mr. Buting, you were offering evidence, so I'll have you go first.
Yes, Judge. My understanding is that there may or may not be a explanation that acceptable to the defense as to the nature of these particular records, which seems to indicate that messages were listened to only through November 2nd at 8 a.m. The state is going to be following up on this and attempting to confirm or get some information or actually present a witness from Singular who can explain their records, which clearly seem to indicate that to me, if the records can be explained otherwise, then we'll have to answer, and if not, then it's something that we will be raising and asking the court to permit to be admitted in this trial.
Mr. Kratz.
Judge, we will have a combination of witnesses that will explain Mr. Buting's misrepresentation of the records. We intend to do that before the close of our case, just as soon as those witnesses, which we expect to be remote witnesses, that is, from out of state, are available. I'll alert the court and counsel of that fact, and we will be calling them, as I mentioned, before the close of our case.
All right. Anything else before we bring in the jurors?
One thing I wonder is whether we might want to at least mark the exhibit that we were, that's the subject of this issue, so that it could be not presented to the jury, obviously, unless it's so ruled, but at least it is part of the record.
Oh, I agree. I wasn't aware it hadn't been marked. It definitely should be.
All right, so this is...
What is the exhibit number?
It's 372, but the exhibit is 372, and it's a computer record of voicemails from Teresa Halbach's Singular phone covering the period of October 31 through November 3rd. I think there actually is 2 weeks later, even November 16, a record from Singular, and the interpretation or explanations of it will have no weight. Find out further information.
Very well. Anything else before we bring the jury back in?
Your Honor, I think I need that exhibit number again. I'm sorry.
372.
372. Thank you.
All right. You can call in the jury. You may be seated. Good morning, members of the jury. Mr. Kratz, at this time you may call the state's next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state would call to commence testimony today Special Agent Tom Sturdivant.
Please be seated. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Yes, Thomas Allen Sturdivant, Sturdivant.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a special agent with the Wisconsin Department of Justice, Division of Criminal Investigation.
How long have you been employed with the Department of Justice?
Since November of 1998.
What is your current assignment?
I am currently assigned to the Narcotics Bureau.
And how long have you held that assignment?
Approximately 2 years now.
And where are you based?
I'm based out of Wausau.
Prior to receiving a narcotics assignment, what other assignments have you held in the employ of the Department of Justice?
I worked in the Arson Bureau as well as the Financial Crimes Bureau.
Prior to joining the Wisconsin Department of Justice, had you had other law enforcement experience?
Oh, yes. I worked in the Maine State Police from 1988 until 1998.
And that is in the state of Maine?
That is correct.
And what did you do for them?
I was a uniformed trooper for approximately 7 years and a detective for 3 years.
Generally, what kinds of cases did you investigate for the Wisconsin State Patrol in Maine?
The Maine State Police. I investigated a variety of things from basic line patrol duties, traffic accidents, to investigating organized crime.
Agent Sturdivant, were you called upon to assist other law enforcement entities in the investigation of the death of Teresa HALBACH?
I was.
How did you become involved?
Well, on November 8, 2005, I assisted with executing a search warrant at the Avery business, and later that afternoon, I also assisted in looking at areas of interest that were marked by search teams.
All right. What types of, excuse me, what are some of the areas of interest that you investigated further?
During that day, we looked at vehicles, we looked at earthen piles. We looked at things that were marked by flags that might have been discovered by the State Patrol, or we were just looking at things to determine if they had any evidentiary value.
Directing your attention then to the afternoon of November 8th, approximately 1:30 in that afternoon, did you have occasion to meet with Manitowoc County Sheriff's Officer by the name of Jason Jost?
I did.
Tell us about that encounter.
Prior to that, we were at the command post and we were asked to go out and take a look at a variety of different things, the earthen piles, the vehicles, and so forth. And along the way, we came across Jason Jost, who was standing in front of a red flag that had marked an item on the ground.
And where was that particular item marked?
That item was located behind Stephen Avery's garage and south of the earthen pile behind the garage, approximately 80 feet from the so-called burn pit.
And we're going to show you a photograph. I believe it's been received as Exhibit 86. Directing your attention to Exhibit 86, we're zooming in on what was previously been identified as the portion of the property attributed to Mr. Avery. Directing your attention then to Exhibit 86, does that assist you in illustrating where your attention was drawn to by Deputy Jost?
Yes, it does.
All right. Would you, with the laser pointer, indicate where you did and Deputy Jost were, where your attention was drawn to?
If this is this is the earthen pile here, we were standing just beyond it, about 8 feet beyond that earthen pile.
Would the record reflect the witness has indicated with the laser pointer a direction a few feet, apparently 8 feet south of the pile, which would be the top of the picture as zoomed in here on Exhibit 86.
Does the defense agree?
I don't have any quarrel. It's up to the jury in the end.
All right, the record will so reflect.
Thank you. After Deputy Jost drew your attention to this particular matter, first of all, could you describe a little more fully what you and he were looking at that point?
Excuse me. Deputy Jost was standing in front of what appeared to be, in my opinion, a piece of bone fragment. It was approximately 1 inch in length, and my opinion was, and I think we kind of agreed, that it was a piece of bone fragment. And after looking at that, I looked at this so-called burn pit at the end of that pile of gravel and also noticed other, what, in my opinion, were bone fragments that were obvious around that pile of debris.
All right. And I'd like to show you some exhibits now while we retrieve one exhibit already introduced. We're going to have Agent Fassbender provide some additional photos for you to examine for your examination. First of all, though, before we look at those photos, I'd like to direct your attention to exhibit number 50 as portrayed on the scene. Do you recognize that particular area?
Why, yes.
Is that a photograph of how the burn area looked when you first began to inspect it?
That is correct.
All right. And I note here that there is a German Shepherd prominently featured in the center of this photograph.
That is correct. It was a large, in my opinion, intimidating, big German Shepherd that stood on top of that pile.
All right, pretty scared, huh? And that
Ooh.
was a German Shepherd there when you first approached the area to examine that article found by Deputy Jost.
Yes, he was.
All right. Now, you indicated this big old dog was large and intimidating. Could you elaborate on that?
Well, as you walked toward the mound of dirt, the dog would come out and at times aggressively charge towards the people that were walking toward the earthen pile.
All right. I believe that we have some additional photographs in front of you. So would you like to take the first one of the pile and turn it over and tell us what exhibit number that is?
Exhibit 363.
All right. And do you recognize exhibit 363?
I do.
And what is exhibit 363?
Well, it is a picture of the dog, the earthen pile, and this is a pile of sand, rock, and stone that stood probably a foot to 2 feet above the grass where the natural landscape. And the left or the low left-hand corner of this, you can see in part of the burn pit, can see the hammer that was at the side as well as the burned out frame. What appeared to me, a metal frame seat from a motor vehicle and lots of steel belted wire from what I thought were steel belted tires.
Very well. I'm going to have go back to exhibit number 50 and see if we can get a perspective that I'd like you to identify. Again, looking at exhibit 50, can you indicate with your laser pointer the approximate location of the first bone that you and Deputy Jost examined?
The first bone is approximately out here. It's about 8 feet, as I estimated, from the beginning of the burn pit.
All right. So it would be in what is our picture here would be in the front foreground of the picture.
That's correct. It would actually be in the grassy area away from the burn pit.
And that would be, so as you indicated with your pointer, the lower right-hand corner of this photograph.
That is correct.
Thank you. All right. And again, to direct your attention to the photograph, the photographs have been presented to you there. What's the next photograph that you have?
Exhibit 364.
All right. And what is exhibit 364?
Exhibit 364 is just a different angle of the earthen burn, if you will. You can see the doghouse within that. You can see the metal seat, the burned out metal seat, metal frame of the vehicle seat, in my opinion.
All right.
And you can see the pile. This is the pile of sand and gravel that stood above the landscape and the doghouse.
All right. And there's also a propane tank prominently featured in this photograph.
That is correct.
All right. And the next photograph.
Next exhibit is 365.
Do you recognize Exhibit 365?
I do.
Okay. And what Exhibit 365 is what?
Exhibit 365 represents what I initially saw. The bone was out here that I initially looked at. I looked at the burn pit, walked over. This is where I saw charred debris, to include what I believe to be bone fragments, a shovel, the large dog, a seat, a tire out here, lots of, in my opinion, lots of steel belts from burned tires. I believe there was a hammer in there, but this would be the debris that I focused on right here.
Does that picture, as does the last exhibit, truly and accurately portray the scene before any further investigation took place?
Yes, it does.
All right. Now, you began to describe, and I think we may have interrupted you. Can you estimate for us the approximate size of the area where the burn is itself in terms of its dimensions?
I estimated this pile of dirt to be 30 feet by 30 feet. It was easily the width of this garage, and I estimated it to be about 30 feet in length. In the center of this pit, we'll consider this the bottom of the south side, if you will, is a burn pit right here. I described that as being 6 feet in rectangular shape. It appeared to me as though somebody had taken some sort of a construction vehicle with a front end loader on it and gone in there and taken approximately 6 feet of that out and created a concave area that looked just like a pit. So it was, again, about 6 feet wide. Looked like somebody had taken a big shovel from a bobcat or a front end loader and scooped out dirt and removed it and dumped it elsewhere.
All right. Now, I note in the forward background of this picture, we're going to zoom in. Is there a vehicle depicted there?
Yes, there is.
All right. And was that vehicle in the area as well?
I do not recall.
Okay. All right. Next photograph, please.
Next exhibit is 366.
What is Exhibit 366?
Again, this depicts a portion of the pile of dirt, as well as I believe to be that Stephen Avery's trailer, the propane tank, and a portion of the detached two-car garage.
And in the foreground, in front of the garage, is a red box-like item. What is that?
Yes, that would be the doghouse.
Oh, where that big old dog was. Okay, all right. And again, is that generally the layout of the scene in the burnt area of when you came upon the scene on Tuesday, the afternoon, November 8th?
Yes, it is.
All right, very well. All right. Let's talk again about what you did after you and Deputy Jost examined this particular bone fragment. What did you do?
After looking at the bone fragment, I then walked toward this burn pit. So I walked from the bone, from the piece of bone fragment out here to the burn pit. I looked at the burn pit. I observed what I thought were other bone fragments in and around that burn pit. I picked up a twig. I moved some leaves and other things, and I could see other bone fragments within the charred debris. I noticed what I believe to be skull fragments in that debris and intertwined within the steel belted tires. Aside from that, I didn't do much with that burn pit. At that point, we were trying to get in contact with the folks from the crime lab, as well as some of our arson folks.
Yeah, a little confusion there. Okay, all right. And were you able to get a hold of anyone in the Arson Bureau that particular afternoon?
Myself and another agent were trying to contact the arson folks. I spoke with Kevin Heimrel. I believe Deb Strauss. Strauss spoke with the, Special Agent Fassbender, as well as one of our other arson agents that happened to be working the investigation.
All right. And you mentioned something about the crime lab. Tell us about their involvement, if any.
And we attempted to get those folks to the scene. I understood that the crime lab was busy retrieving or collecting other evidence from burn barrels and so forth, so that they would not be available for a bit. The arson agents that we spoke with were also very, very busy with other investigative activities. So we waited for the crime lab to show up.
All right. And at approximately 3 p.m., were you assisted by members of the crime lab?
Yes. I don't have the exact time, but at some point later on in the afternoon, the crime lab did show up. I believe it was John Earl, Guangzhong, Chuck Cates, who arrived with a van and set up a sifting apparatus, a large sifting apparatus, on a tripod that required 2 and 3 people to assemble it.
All right. And after they came with their equipment, well, first of all, before they came with their equipment, was there anything removed or shovels taken to that pit, anything disturbed in the fire pit area before the arrival of the crime lab by yourself or any other law enforcement officers in your presence?
Nothing was introduced between the time that we discovered the pit and the time that the crime lab arrived. We did not have proper equipment, gloves, or proper clothing to process that.
Did the crime lab provide the necessary equipment to begin processing?
They did.
In addition to, tell us about the sifting apparatus.
Well, the sifting apparatus is a large tripod that has these large, I think they're maybe 3 foot in length, a couple of feet wide, different strains of different sizes. So the debris, as you moved it around, certain things would fall through, certain things would remain above. And so after setting that up and getting it all set up, we then took the debris from that debris pile, put it on top or shoveled it on top of these screens, as in sifted through it, and again, the small particles would fall through, the large ones would remain. There were 2 different types of strains, and we picked out what we thought were bone fragments. Other things to include metal grommets, as well as zipper, and all of those items that, again, I'm not an anthropologist. I'm not trained in that field. We picked out things that we thought might be bone fragments, to include teeth, and placed them in a box, which was then taken by the crime lab.
I'm going to have an exhibit marked for your examination by Investigator Laggert. Would you show counsel, please? I'm showing you what has been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 360.
373.
373. Sorry, do you recognize that particular item?
I do. It's the zipper that was retrieved from the debris as we sifted through it and placed in a larger box.
All right, very well. I'm going to have you place that back in the box and have Investigator Wigert put that in Elmo for projection. Leave it in the box unless you don't think it will portray. Could you zoom in and adjust that light for us, Investigator? A lot of focus. You'll have to zoom out. Very good. Is portrayed on this screen now, for the benefit of our jurors, Is that the piece of zipper that you discovered?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. In your examination of that zipper, did you notice any markings on that zipper?
Yes, there were 3 letters on the zipper.
And do you recall those letters?
I don't recall them, no.
I'll have the investigator show you the exhibit. Would a pair of reading glasses assist you?
They might. Thank you.
Age is a terrible thing, isn't it?
It's better than the alternative.
The letters YKK.
Thank you. Approximately how long did this sifting process take?
The sifting process went on until just about dark. Because of the darkness, we were moving along rapidly, we were trying to retrieve as much of the bones that we could recognize and get those things to the crime lab for examination.
All right. And why was that?
Well, at this point in time, quite frankly, we don't know if Teresa HALBACH is alive or dead. So I had made the decision that we need to get these bones off to the crime lab to determine whether or not these bones were human bones and belonged to Teresa HALBACH.
And generally, how did you and Mr. Ortle and Mr. Zhang and Mr. Cates, I think you said were assisted by Agent Strauss?
No. In terms of the sifting?
Yes.
The sifting involved John Ortle, Chuck Cates, and Guang Zhang from the crime lab, myself, and Deputy Jason Just.
Okay. And how was the material taken from the pit brought to the sifting apparatus?
We set up a tripod. The tripod was just a short ways from the burn pit, if you will. Might have been maybe 6 feet from the burn pit. So you've got this tripod device set up. You've got these long, elongated sifting devices that were supported by chains, and beneath that, we put a brown tarp. John Ortle, or someone else from the crime lab, took the shovel full of debris up, placed it on top of the sifter. As we spread it out with our hands, and of course we had gloves on, and we sifted through it and picked out those things that we felt were either bones, in some cases the metal grommets, and the zipper that we would discern from the pile of debris. Other things, things that fell through were placed on or fell to the tarp. The debris that could not fall through was picked up and then dumped on that tarp. So everything that we sifted was collected on top of that tarp. Other things like maybe a seat belt, a metal seat belt fastener was left there, a hacksaw blade, other things that came out of that debris, to include the steel belted metal from the tires that was left there as well. So we always sifted those things that fit on the shovel, and the things that we took out of that were placed in a large box that the crime lab had and took with them. So we did it relatively fast due to the darkness, impending darkness, and again, carefully pick the stuff up, put it on top of the sifters, and sifted through it, and picked out what we thought was bone material and other items of interest.
What did you do with the material that was left on the tarp?
The material that was left on the tarp was picked up, collected, folded inside the tarp. There was another tarp placed over it, and then we double bagged it and placed it inside a locked van at the crime scene. It was basically turned over to Deputy Rick Reamer from the Calumet County Sheriff's Department.
What did you do with the burn pit area itself when it became too dark to continue processing?
We examined the scene and removed the stuff down to the ground surface. We did not dig in the ground. We left other items that we found there: the shovel and the hammer, the hacksaw blade, the screwdriver, the seat belt fastener, the burned out frame, the tire, and other things were left at the scene. The scene was covered with the tar. And my decision was, if this turned out to be Teresa HALBACH, and we called Special Agent Fassbender, that we should then come back and more thoroughly examine this scene. But our intention at that point in time were to determine whether or not Teresa HALBACH was alive or dead at that point in time. And that's why it was important to me just to get those bones off to the crime lab to see if in fact, that we discovered Teresa HALBACH.
All right. Did you have any other concerns regarding the evidence, or whether anything else that factored into your decision making that afternoon?
Well, part of that, I mean, the bones could have been carried off by animals. There were a lot of things that could have happened, to include rain or other inclement weather. I didn't know the forecast at the time, but we did make some preparations to cover the burn pit and pick up as many bones as we could to prevent the loss or being carried off by an animal. So that was that's what we did.
All right. I think you can remove your glasses. I'm sure they're getting a little uncomfortable at this point.
Didn't know if there was other evidence or not.
If you would, examine again the remainder of the photographs in front of you. What's the next photograph on the list?
Yeah, that would be Exhibit 367.
All right. And what is Exhibit 367, please?
That is the hammer that was beside the burn pit. That was sitting up on that ridge. If you're facing the burn pit, up on the right-hand side.
In the gravel portion?
Yes.
All right. And what's the next photograph?
The next exhibit is 368.
And what is Exhibit 368?
That's the screwdriver that was also located in the pit.
Was that actually in the burn area itself, or was that in the surrounding gravel?
I believe this was down inside the pit.
And what is the next item?
A masonry trowel, or a little pull, if you will. And this was also in the burn pit area.
And that is Exhibit 3...
I'm sorry, Exhibit 369.
All right. And finally, what else do you have there?
I got Exhibit 370 and 371. Exhibit 370, that's the spade or shovel that was sitting on top of the dirt and sand just to the left of the burn pit.
All right.
And the final exhibit I have is 371. And that is a picture of the, in my opinion, a metal frame from a seat from a motor vehicle. This was the seat that was seated. If you're looking at the pit, to the right of the pit, with a tire and some other debris, to include the more metal from steel belted tires.
All right. And finally, I'm going to redirect your attention, I guess, back to exhibit number 50, which is the first photograph. You don't have that in front of you. But now, if we could, I believe exhibit 50, there is a shovel, which is depicted right there. Is that the shovel that we just saw a picture of?
That is correct.
All right, very well. And in terms of the, I believe you have an exhibit in front of you, a photograph with the hammer and its location.
Yes, the hammer would have been located approximately right here to the right of the pit on the top of the mound.
All right. And now we have zoomed in on exhibit number 50. Is that the hammer that we've just examined in this evidence photo?
That is correct.
Very well. I have no further questions for this witness. Subject to cross, I would move into evidence the exhibits that we've marked and identified during Agent Sturdivant's testimony.
Any objection?
No objection to any of the exhibits, which I think are 363 through 371, and then numbers 373.
Very well. Those exhibits are admitted. Mr. Strang?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Morning, sir.
How many days were you out at the Avery property?
I was out there one day fully and then just partially for a morning.
The 8th was the full day out there.
Yes.
November 10 was the other day.
I believe so.
You were gone in between for court obligations or something.
That is correct.
How many sites did you see while you were at the Avery property at which you found actual or suspected human bone fragments?
Just one.
The one you've described here?
That's correct, yes.
Now, this site, though, the first fragment that you saw was next to a red flag?
Yes, sir.
The red flag was next to a sheriff's deputy.
That's correct.
The sheriff's deputy was Jason Joss or Jost.
Yes, sir.
From Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department.
Yes, sir. Correct.
That red flag and Deputy Jost were about 8 feet south of the burn pit or the burned area you've described.
That's correct.
8 feet south onto grass?
That's correct, yes.
There did not appear to be burnt ground or burnt grass in the area of that first bone fragment.
There was not.
Didn't look like it had been used as a burn area.
No.
Did the dog leash, so far as you know, extend that far south to the red flag of the bone fragment?
It did not, to the best of my knowledge.
While we're at it, the dog we saw in the picture, did he or she stay there the entire time you folks were sifting and going through this burn pit?
Oh, no. It's my recollection that the dog was removed, I believe, prior to the sifting. So I thought the dog was removed at some time between the time that we contacted the crime lab and the time that we began our sifting.
And that was a matter of asking an officer to come and remove the dog.
I'm not certain who did that, but I believe the dog was removed by, could have been the animal control officer.
Okay, that was a matter of just simply making a phone call and getting somebody to do it.
Yes.
You had some prior experience as an arson investigator with our crime lab?
I had never worked with the crime lab at the crime scene prior to that.
I'm sorry, I
misunderstood the question, perhaps, but
I may have misunderstood the testimony. I thought I had understood you to say that you had experience as an arson investigator prior to November 8, 2005.
I did, but I never used the services of the crime lab or the field team.
My mistake. I said crime lab. What I meant was DCI, Division of Criminal Investigation.
That's correct, yes.
Same Wisconsin Department of Justice two different entities within the Wisconsin Department of Justice, right?
Yes, sir.
Crime Lab, we will call DCI, the Division of Criminal Investigation.
Yes, sir.
All right, my mistake. You're with DCI.
That's correct.
The Crime Lab people help process more challenging scenes.
Correct.
Your work, though, with DCI had included a stint as an arson investigator.
Yes, sir.
Had you ever dealt with what's called a body cremation or a suspected body cremation site before this one?
Yes.
Oh, on how many occasions, if you remember?
Maybe 3 or 4 different occasions. Not to this extent, though.
Okay. And when I say body cremation, I mean the distinguishing those from what I would call an arson site. Are you also drawing a distinction?
I would draw the distinction between we talking about charred remains or somewhat decomposed body from fire scenes.
Right. And let's develop that. I want to develop that with you just a little bit more, all right?
Yes.
And an arson scene sometimes, unfortunately, will involve one or more human fatalities.
Correct. Yes.
In your experience with an arson scene, what has happened is either you suspect or someone actually has set fire deliberately to some structure or property.
Yes.
In your experience as an arson investigator, sometimes a murder has occurred in the structure or at the scene, and fire is set to try to disguise the murder.
Correct. Yes.
In other situations, the fire is set and someone inside the property perishes in the fire.
Yes.
Whether intended by the arsonist or not.
Yes.
What is common to arson scenes involving a fatality in your experience is that typically if there's a death, that body simply lies where it falls, so to speak.
Yes.
The person may have died before a fire was set, but the arsonist has set the fire and left.
Yes.
Or if the arsonist has started the fire and somebody's unfortunate enough to be in the building or not be able to get out, the person falls where the smoke or the flames overcome them.
As well, correct.
So typically, in an arson scene that would involve the recovery of charred human remains, those remains, again, typically, in your experience, simply are in place and have not been tampered with unless firefighting personnel inadvertently have disturbed that scene.
There is typically a body or somewhat of a body remain because typically that body remains on a surface and is protected. In this case, I'm sorry, and you know, in the arson scenes I've been in, if the body remains on a surface, the body is somewhat protected. So that there is somewhat or often could be a complete body, could be a partially decomposed body.
Sure. And in this, I don't mean to be unnecessarily in a cob here this morning, but it may, when you say protected, there may be fallen debris or other materials from the burnt property that are atop the body.
That's correct. Typically, whatever the body is lying on or If there's something lying on the body, that body will be protected. There will be a body. My experience of all the arsons I've been to, that body is always protected on at least one side, and you will see or have a body or a partially decomposed body.
Right. Something that's been reduced entirely to charred bone.
Correct.
So when you say protected, you'll have tissue on at least one side of the body.
Tissue, clothing, whatever's protected.
Sure, because, for example, if someone falls face down on the floor, the thermal injury, the heating, has no access to the what would be the front side of my body if I'm laying face down on the floor.
Correct.
And again, barring inadvertent disturbing of that scene by firefighting efforts, you would expect the body or the remains essentially to be contained within the area in which the person fell or laid.
For the most part, yes.
That's your experience.
Yes.
For the most part in arson investigations. Now, cremation, on the other hand, and let's make clear that we're talking about illegal cremation. We're not talking about the proper disposal of a dead body, but a cremation scene is different in a number of ways. One of those is that cremation, as you understand it, typically involves the intentional effort to disguise a dead body.
I'm not an expert in cremation, so it's hard for me to say what actually goes on with the cremation, but yes.
Cremation sites you've seen, in other words, you've understood in your experience to involve someone's effort to conceal or destroy a human body.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask, I have an objection. It might be just a brief foundation question, but it's not clear to me exactly how many creation sites, as opposed to arson sites, he's been to, and what their condition was before those questions can be elicited.
I did ask. I'm happy to ask again and develop that a little further. Maybe for Mr. Fallon's benefit, you can repeat the answer about the number of cremation sites.
Based on your what you're saying, I would say that I've been to 2 cremation sites. One being the Teresa HALBACH site, as well as another one.
Okay, and was the other one previous?
The other one was previous, which also involved sifting.
All right, and was the outdoor site, was that an outdoor site as well?
No, that was a vehicle scene. Body was inside a motor vehicle.
All right. But you viewed it as a cremation site because you concluded that a deliberate effort had been made to destroy a body by fire or heat.
I didn't consider it a cremation. I guess I considered it at the fire scene. So,
Okay.
not being an expert in cremation.
No. And I'm not suggesting you are an expert in cremation. I'm just trying to distinguish
Right.
sort of a typical arson scene as you understand it, where there may be a fatality from a cremation sense.
Yes.
Another distinction you made, or you make, I think you suggested in discussing the arson scene, where in the arson scene there ordinarily would be at least one protected side or area of the body. In a cremation scene, the purpose is that the body not be protected and an effort made to reduce the body to charred remains all the way around.
Not necessarily effort, but just the way the body's positioned and elevated. For instance, under the motor vehicle seat.
That could happen?
Yes.
And if the attempt in cremation is to disguise or conceal the fact of the death or the existence of the body, you may see someone then disturbing the remains during or after the fire.
Yes.
Now, here, you described for us the bone fragment found 8 feet roughly to the south of the pit?
Yes.
During the course of the day and a half, whatever it is, that you were involved in sifting, you also found suspected bone fragments to the east of the burn area you described.
I'm not certain what you're speaking of. Within the pit or outside the pit?
Well, let's just go back, if we could, to Exhibit 50. Is that possible? I have Exhibit 50 up.
Yes.
Did you find fragments to the east, which would be to the right in this photograph?
This would be the east, correct. Okay. The bone fragment, one was out here. There were bone fragments intertwined in the steel belts.
Now, these belts are hard to see, but I think the material that you're referring to as belts almost looks like a tumbleweed or a bramble bush or something.
Exactly.
Down in the
crater.
Exactly. All right. Those, you've seen burned tires before.
Yes.
And recognize the unraveling of the steel belted radials?
Yes.
In heat. All right. And so you had bone fragments to the east of the burn area.
The bone fragments were concentrated within the pit, but there were some bone fragments intertwined within the steel belts and so the bulk of the debris or bone fragments were located within the pit.
Sort of in a pile, in effect.
Yes.
Did you find any fragments? I understand that's where the bulk were. Did you find any fragments to the west of the burn area or the pit?
The bone fragments I concentrated on, and there could have been others, but the bone fragments that we concentrated on were the bone fragments located in the pit.
So whether other officers picked up fragments outside the immediate pit area and tagged them separately, you don't know one way or the other.
I don't know. I know that the scene was reprocessed again, and that's when they could have picked up those other bone fragments.
All right. What is clear to you, or was clear to you when you were there on November 8th, is that the area that appeared to have been used for burning seemed to be in what you're calling the pit.
Yes, sir.
The pit actually appears to be more or less a grade with the surrounding yard or lawn, correct?
That is correct.
And then it looks like some dirt and or gravel. Doesn't look like topsoil necessarily, but dirt and gravel, rocks at some point were piled atop the yard or the grass.
Yes.
So the dirt is what's elevated, and what you're calling the pit is actually simply at yard level.
That's correct.
But burned on the bottom?
Yes. And there's some burning along the sides as well.
Signs of some heat.
Correct.
All right. Now, you mentioned a propane tank in one of these pictures. There was no feed from the propane tank to this entire burn area that you saw?
Not to my knowledge, no.
The propane tank you understood to be for home utilities and the trailer.
That would be my guess.
Well, actually, more than a guess. You did not see anything that looked like a propane feed,
I did not.
a heat source to the burn area.
No.
Now, you've learned that it was about 9:15 in the morning on November 8th that Manitowoc Deputy Jost first alerted someone, Mr. Fassbender, or someone at the site to this possible bone fragment.
Objection. This is an incorrect statement of testimony. Count 15.
I don't think it is a statement of the testimony. Is that something you learned?
Absolutely not. I have no information on that.
When it happened?
No.
Okay. What you know is that you got to the Avery's property in general about 8 in the morning on November 8th.
I think so. I'm not sure.
And give or take, to this burn area at about 1:30?
That's correct. My first duty was to conduct a search warrant. I was standing around the command post with myself, Special Agent Deb Strauss, and our supervisor, Pete Thielen, who was requested to go out and take a look at different things that had been discovered.
Sure. And obviously, then, you have no way of knowing at all who had been near this general area described in Exhibit 50 for the 3 days or so preceding November 8th at about 1:30 in the afternoon.
I had no prior information with respect to that until I arrived on scene.
Fair enough. Now, you mentioned in passing, I'm gonna go back to it just so people don't miss it. You very candidly told the jury briefly that you're not an anthropologist.
That's correct.
An anthropologist, you understand, to be a scientist engaged in the study of the behavior and culture of human beings generally.
Yes.
Neither are you an archaeologist, meaning a subspecialty within the field of anthropology.
Correct.
And archaeologists would be concerned with, among other things, the preservation and recovery of burial sites.
Yes.
This is not something in which you have any expertise at all.
Absolutely none.
All right. Neither have you had any training in human skeletal anatomy.
None.
Okay. So what you did, and I want to get into and call this a recovery.
If you'd like, yes.
Is that, or do you have a term you'd prefer?
No, that's fine.
Okay. So let's get into the recovery efforts on the afternoon of November 8th. You get there at about 1:30, and from that time on, you're at least in the area.
Yes, sir.
Here, before doing anything, you want the crime lab folks.
That's correct. Yes.
That takes about another hour and a half, give or take. It's around 3 o'clock that the crime lab team appears here.
Yes.
Now, there isn't a delicate way to say this, but if what you're seeing here was human bone,
Yes.
Whether it's Teresa Halbach or not, the person whose bones they are is beyond aid.
Yes.
So to the extent that people are hoping Teresa Halbach is still alive or didn't know about her fate to that point, those searches would have and could have continued elsewhere outside of this burn area.
I think they were.
There would have been no reason here to worry about a living person in the immediate area depicted in Exhibit 50.
No.
When you folks started in on the recovery effort, you focused on this 6x6, roughly 6x6 rectangular area that you described for us.
That's correct, yes.
All right. Now, you did not set up a grid, a stringed grid around that area?
We did not, no.
You did not set up a contamination path to control how many people were going into or near that area.
Nope.
What you did was found that most of the fragments or things of interest were sort of, I don't know if pile is the right word, but sort of in the center of that 6x6 foot area.
The items I thought were bone fragments were the items within this 6x6 pit, yes.
And they were more or less centrally deposited, at least the bulk of them. Is that?
Most of them, in my opinion and my recollection, were within the pile, yes.
All right. So you folks set up the sifting apparatus somewhere to the side or close by.
Sifting apparatus was set up just in front, maybe just off to the right of the pile.
All right. You did not take photographs up close of fragments in place.
No, we did not.
Oh, in fact, you didn't take any of the photographs you're seeing today.
I did not, no.
Do you know whether the photographs even were taken on November 8th?
These photographs here,
That you've identified?
I don't know when they were taken.
Yeah, and clearly some of them show items in a garage somewhere, an evidence garage, but
Yes.
you don't know when any of the photographs were taken.
I do not know.
The scene, though, was generally as you recall seeing.
Yes, sir, it was.
All right, and I think you observed some additional suspected charred bone material both within and around the debris pile,
Correct.
which you've described.
Yes.
So the sifting screens are set up just to the south, and then what you folks do is undertake some shoveling.
Yeah, that's correct, yes.
You go in, do with that shovel or one of your own.
No. The crime lab brought out shovels to process the scene.
And they also brought out some smaller sort of hand trowels or scoops.
I believe so, yes.
So you folks sort of wade in and scoop up or shovel up
Well, I would.
a shovelful and take it to the sifter.
I believe it was John Ertl and another crime lab technician, if you will, that actually shoveled up the debris and placed it on top of the sifter.
Okay. It's just in the normal manner of shoveling and then carried over and put it on top of the sifting screen.
Yes, we walked up, scooped up a shovel full of debris and placed it on top of the sifting screen.
And again, there's no attempt to photograph fragments in place before any time before that.
I took no photographs. That's correct.
Okay. No attempt to mark, as with nail polish or some other color spot, any of the fragments in place?
There was not, no.
Okay. So you described for us going through the shovel goes to the sifting screen, and that would be probably the screen with the largest mesh first.
Yes, sir.
You shake the screen on its chains that's suspended from this tripod.
Yes.
Sort of, this kind of motion.
Exactly.
And then that falls down to the tarp or to a second sifting screen with smaller mesh.
I believe there might have been a second smaller sifting screen, which then the debris fell through onto the ground tarp. Yes.
All right. And then you think there was a third sifting screen somewhere with the finest mesh?
No. Just the two screens.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Just picked out the things that we thought might be bone fragments.
And the things that are too small to get caught in either of the two screens with the second one with smaller mesh go through to the tarp.
That's correct.
So the second sifting screen also would be shaken a little bit.
That's correct, yes.
To get stuff to fall through.
Yes.
And what's left in the screen you would examine by eye or hand.
Yes.
And if something looked like a pebble or a rock, presumably you would leave it.
If it didn't look like a bone fragment or a metal grommet or a zipper or something, it was left to be re-examined if, in fact, that turned out to be Teresa HALBACH.
Sure. And the things that to the eye looked like they might be important, conceivably you would pluck out and put back in the box.
Correct.
And there again, it simply would go in the box. There wasn't an identification or a nail polish dot or anything like that done at that point.
No, there was not.
All right. And then what was left on the tarp, though, you did keep?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. The tarp you bundle up, sort of fold up, and then double bag in a black plastic garbage bags.
Yes.
And you put that in a locked truck?
Correct, yes.
And all of that eventually goes to the crime lab.
I don't know where it went to.
Okay, but the purpose was to keep all of this material so that it could go to someone who might identify it, if possible, whether these are human bones.
The intent was to protect it and keep it if it needed to be re-examined.
During the time that you spent there at the scene in Exhibit 50, you were not aware of a forensic anthropologist being present at any time.
No.
Weren't involved in calling a forensic anthropologist.
I was not, no.
No photos were taken by anyone at the site during the sifting process itself.
I did not take any photos. I'll take responsibility for that, and I'll take the criticism that comes along with it. No.
Well, I don't know that I'm really here to criticize you. I understand you're on cross-examination, and
Yes, sir.
I'm simply trying to elicit the fact.
Yeah, motherfucker.
Yeah. And when you say you didn't take any photos, you didn't see anyone else taking
I did not. No.
photos either. Now the nature of the sifting process obviously is to sort or shake or rearrange whatever's in the sifting tray from its original position.
Correct.
Although the shovel would have done that as well, obviously.
Well, the sifter allows us to spread the debris out, because there were ashes in there. There's other things in there that will fall through and allow us to more closely look at those items.
Right. Understood. But when I say, by the time they get to the sifting tray, they've already been scooped up with a shovel that picks up whatever the shovel will hold.
Well, that's correct.
And from whatever area the person with the shovel decides to next strike the shovel.
Yes.
Were you involved on Thursday, November 10 yourself in sort of going back and reprocessing or continuing this?
No. I did sift other material here at the sheriff's department that we collected.
But that was somewhat later, or was
Yes, it was.
not on November 10.
Not on scene. No.
Okay. I probably covered this, but I just want to nail it down because I think I asked you about potential sites of human bone fragments on the Avery property. Were you sent to any potential sites or sites where potential human bone was found off of the Avery property?
I was not. No.
Were you aware of any such sites?
I was not.
Okay. That's all I have for you at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Fallon, any redirect?
No redirect.
Very well. The witness is excused.
Thank you.
Members of the jury, I think we'll take a morning break at this time. I'll remind you again, as usual, not to discuss the case during the break. Then, counsel, let's be ready to go at 11:15. Mr. Fallon, are you going to be taking the next witness as well?
Yes.
You may call your witness.
State would call Dr. Don SIMLEY.
Please raise your right hand. Please be seated. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Donald O. SIMLEY, SIMLEY II.
Good morning.
Morning.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a general dentist in Madison, Wisconsin.
And how long have you been a general dentist in Madison?
Since 1976, when I graduated from Marquette.
Generally, what does that type of practice entail?
Just the general taking care of individual patients with their restorative needs and their oral hygiene.
Does that include any orthodontia work, or is it just regular dental care?
No, sir. Just general dental care.
Do you have any areas of specialization within the field of dentistry?
Yes, sir.
And what would that be?
Forensic dentistry or forensic odontology, they call it also.
All right. And for the benefit of those who don't spell well, could you tell us how to spell odontology?
Odontology is ODONTOLOGY.
Now, you mentioned the word forensic dentistry or forensic odontology. Could you tell us what that is?
Forensic dentistry is just the application or science of dentistry to the field of law. And there are a number of different areas that we can become involved in forensic dentistry. The most common area I've become involved is in dental identifications, routine dental identifications of individuals that are usually not identifiable by traditional means. Also involvement in mass disasters, bite mark evidence, child abuse cases, dental malpractice, in negligence, in trauma or injury that are involved in litigation. Although the last 2 years, I usually don't get involved in very often, but the other areas we certainly do.
And how did you get involved in this particular case, Doctor?
On November 9, I believe it was, of 2005, I received a phone call from Special Agent Dorlin Duranda Frame Miller from DCI, Division of Criminal Investigation, requesting assistance in the identification of an individual who was burned.
And what were you asked to do generally?
To attempt to identify the remains of this individual.
Why are you here today?
To offer my opinion on, after my examination and analysis of the evidence, to give an opinion as far as what I found.
All right. Well, before we get to your opinion, Doctor, let's find a little bit about your background, if we may. You indicated that you received a degree in dentistry from Marquette. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when did you receive that degree?
That was in 1976.
And prior to receiving your dental degree at Marquette, did you receive an undergraduate degree?
Yes, sir.
And from what institution?
That was Elmhurst College in Illinois. That was in 1972.
And what was the degree in?
It was a BS degree.
Bachelor of Science?
Bachelor of Science, yes, sir.
After receiving your Doctor of Dental Surgery, is that what it is?
Yes, sir.
From Marquette. Did you pursue any additional training?
I became interested in forensic sciences and started taking classes in 1979 and at the Armed Forces Institute of Pathology out in Washington, D.C.
What kind of institution is that?
They just have an annual course in forensic dentistry. That's supposed to be one of the premier courses in forensic dentistry.
Did you receive any certificates associated with this particular course?
Yes, sir.
And what certificate did you receive?
It's just a certificate in forensic dentistry.
Currently, do you hold any certifications in the field of forensic dentistry?
Yes, sir.
What certificates do you hold?
I'm board certified in forensic dentistry from the American Board of Forensic Odontology.
All right. What does it mean to be board certified?
Well, you have to undergo kind of a rigorous examination. You have to submit an application, and then you have to take an examination before a national board.
All right. And if you know, how many boards certified forensic dentists are there in the state of Wisconsin?
There's only 2 of us, an individual in Milwaukee and myself.
And are you aware approximately how many are board certified in North America?
There are approximately around 100 dentists that are board certified in the United States and Canada.
Or do you belong to any professional organizations that are particularly germane to the field of forensic dentistry?
Yes, sir.
And what are those?
There's a number of them. The American Society of Forensic Odontology. I'm a fellow in the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. I'm a member of the Wisconsin Association for Identification. I'm a member of the Wisconsin Coroners and Medical Examiners Association. I'm a member of the National Disaster Medical System. Under that is a subgroup of what they call DMORT, which is the Disaster Mortuary Operational Response Team. And I think those are the ones that pretty much pertain to the forensic sciences.
All right. If you could tell us, what is the National Disaster Medical System? I think you use the acronym DMORT, DMORT.
Under the NDMS, the National Disaster Medical System, is DMORT, which stands for the Disaster Mortuary or Operational Response Team, which is a subdivision of the NDMS.
All right. And what kind of involvement do you have with that organization?
That's pretty much for mass disaster involvement. If a plane crash would go down, if a jurisdiction would have more individuals to identify than their local jurisdiction can handle, they would call in DMORT.
All right. And you have actually been involved in any, have you actually been involved in any disaster response operations?
Yes, sir.
And what have you been involved in?
I went out to New York after the World Trade Center and spent 2.5 weeks out there. And after Katrina, went down to New Orleans and spent 2.5 weeks down at the temporary morgues.
And was that all part of the country's National Disaster Response coordinated response to those incidents?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been board certified by the American Board of Forensic Odontology?
That was in 1993.
Have you maintained that certification?
Yes, I have. You have to recertify every 5 years.
Are you a member of any disaster response teams confined to the Midwest part of our country?
Yes, sir.
And what are those?
I'm co-leader of the Wisconsin Dental Association's Dental Identification Team. I'm a member of the Cook County in Chicago, their Mass Disaster Dental Identification Team. Lake County, Illinois, just north of Chicago, has a team also, and Minnesota.
All right. Have you ever testified in a court of law regarding a dental identification issue or a bite mark issue?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
I believe there are 31 times that I've testified.
And have you been asked to render what people refer to as expert opinions regarding the identification of either bite mark or of human remains?
Yes, sir, I had.
I believe you have in front of you Exhibit 374.
Yes.
And what is Exhibit 374?
This is a copy of my curriculum vitae or CV.
All right. And it's current as of what date?
January 1st of 2007.
All right. Is it true that an accurate copy of your curriculum vitae is detailing your experiences, history, and training?
Yes, sir, it is.
Subject to cross-examination later on, we would move for the Exhibit 374, move its admission.
Any objection?
No, there's no objection.
All right.
Thank you.
The exhibit's submitted.
Doctor, you indicated you first received a call, in this case on November 9. How long did you actually become involved? How did you actually become involved?
Well, Special Agent Frey Miller called me and asked if I would be willing to assist in the examination and identification of these remains. On the same date, another individual from the Division of Criminal Investigation, Special Agent Matthew Joy, brought a box of evidence to my office for me to examine. I also talked with, I believe he's an assistant district attorney from Calumet County, Jeff Frolich, and he asked me specifically if the remains that I examined were human or non-human, which I said they were human, and also asked me questions regarding my expertise and qualifications. And at the same time, I also discussed what I had found so far with Sheriff Pagel.
All right. And all in all, were there several deliveries of items submitted to you for examination?
Yes, sir, there were.
Approximately how many different deliveries?
There were 6 deliveries of dental fragmentary evidence and then 1 delivery of dental records.
And overall, approximately how many times were you asked to identify? Approximately.
There were 52 items of potential evidence.
And what did these items consist of?
Of the 52 items, there were 24 dental fragments that I was asked to look at. Of the 52, sometimes when you have a burnt piece of wood, it may look like a burnt piece of tooth because there wasn't a whole tooth. As we can visualize that the crowns of the teeth had been destroyed. So when I was asked to look at the 52 pieces, there were 24 that were actually tooth fragments. Not a whole tooth, but 24 tooth fragments. There were 3 bone fragments, all from the lower jaw, and there were 24 pieces of wood, and then there was 1 piece of plastic that looked like a crown of a tooth. But when we were able to clean it up, we were easily to tell it was a piece of plastic.
All right. Now that you've mentioned something about not unusual for wood to be mistaken for teeth, can you kind of explain that?
When the remains of an individual are burned to the extent that they were in this particular case, you get a lot of fragmentation of the teeth. And so if you're ever to had a wisdom tooth extracted or another tooth extracted, and you see the crown of the tooth sticking up, and you have the root structure, when you have the degree of destruction or devastation that's associated with the intensity of the temperature of the fire and the prolonged duration of exposure to the fire, this dental evidence can become very brittle. It can fragment, and due to the burning aspects, it can become charred and blackened. And so you can have a piece of wood, a small piece of wood that can look very similar and almost exactly like to some of the root fragments that are associated there also. And when the recovery was taking place, it's difficult for somebody who's not a dentist to discern between some of these fragmented, burned dental structures and burned pieces of wood. In fact, even with me looking at them, sometimes, I can't always tell. And that's why I rely on x-rays to really make a definitive decision on some of them. Some of them I could look at very easily and discern, and some of them I had to rely on the x-rays to discern.
All right. And while we're at that, can you describe in more detail the condition of the tooth and bone fragments that you were asked to examine and were able to determine as tooth and root fragments?
Again, they were blackened, they were charred, they were very brittle, they were very fragmented.
In terms of the level of destruction, based on your expertise in terms of disaster relief efforts and other forensic experience, how badly damaged were these fragments?
Again, I've been doing this work since 1981, and I've seen other cases very similar to this, but even most burn victims that I see from car fires or house fires, they're not burned to the extent that these individual dental fragments were burned. They were right up there at the top of the list as far as the worst I've seen.
All right. Are you familiar with the term called fracture matching?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what that is.
Again, with some of these dental fragments that I examined, if I can take 2 pieces of a tooth and if I can fracture match them back together, in other words, if I can say that they came from a common source, I would put them back together. Again, some of these fragments are very, very brittle, where if I take my fingers and I just squeeze them, I could destroy that piece of evidence. And if that evidence is lost, it could preclude an identification from being made. So to preserve that evidence, if I could fracture match those pieces back together and say that they came from a common source, I would put them back together and use a little cyanocrylate or superglue and fix them together. And then that it preserves the evidence, it makes it stronger, makes it more durable, and less likely to be damaged or destroyed.
Okay. And were you able to engage in this fracture matching process with the tooth fragments and bone fragments that you received?
They were, on one particular date, there were 2 root fragments that I could fracture match back together. I put those back together. And there was a piece of bone fragment that was also associated with that box or bag of evidence that I received in that particular day. And I could actually reassociate that now 2 root fragments that are superglued back together as one now. And I could reassociate that with the bone fragment and put back to the bone. And then there was another date when there were 2 other root fragments that I could superglue back together. So there were 2 roots that I could put back together, and then that one root back with the bone.
After you were done with your fracture matching process, were there any of the other fragments suitable for comparison?
Yes, sir.
And what was the suitable for comparison? What did you have to work with?
The best evidence that I had was evidence that was recovered the second time the evidence was delivered to my office, and that was by Special Agent Jim Holmes, and that was the fragments that I was able to fracture match back together, an associated fragment of bone, which was from the lower right quadrant, and that was the best piece of evidence for comparison. Some of the other dental fragmentary pieces of evidence, even after x-ray and studying these things for a long time, I mean, you really couldn't even tell exactly which tooth it was. So this was the best piece.
All right. Now, in an effort to make a dental comparison, I'm assuming you had to have something to compare this fracture fragment with.
Correct.
And what did you have?
Special Agent Holmes, on November 10 of 05, brought dental records to my office for comparison. The records specifically were x-rays, which are the main type of dental record that I look for in a comparison. And there was a Panorex x-ray from 2001. A Panorex x-ray is an x-ray that goes around the outside of the mouth and picks up everything from ear to ear. There were also 16 bite wing x-rays, the kind that when you normally go in to see your dentist, then they take the x-ray and they have you bite down on the film and they shoot the x-ray in from the side. It's a bite wing x-ray, which shows the most amount of tooth structure with the least amount of x-rays. So it shows the top and bottom teeth. It doesn't show the root structure, the end of the root structure, but it sometimes shows some of the root structures. And those x-rays range from 1998 to 2004. And then there were other x-rays that I received at a later date. On that same day, on November 10th, I was looking for some additional x-rays, and I called the dentist involved, Dr. Krupka, and I believe his name was. And
who was Dr. Krupka, by the way?
That was the treating dentist for Teresa HALBACH.
Okay.
And all the x-rays were labeled with the name Teresa HALBACH.
All right. And so you had to then receive the additional x-rays to assist in making this comparison.
Well, I called him and asked if they had any other x-rays, and they did have some older x-rays from 1997. They had 4 bite wing x-rays, but he said that they were positioned a little further down in the mouth, and so they actually showed more root structure, specifically in the lower right quadrant, which is the area I was concerned about. And so he sent those to me, and I received those on November 15th.
All right. So you indicated you were concerned with the lower right quadrant. Were you able to specifically identify the tooth or root fragment that you were focusing in your comparison on?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was that?
That root fragment was from the lower right second molar. and we refer to that as tooth number 31. There's what they call a universal numbering system, and so that if I'm talking to a dentist in New York City or in Los Angeles or in Florida, and I talk about tooth number 31, they'll know I'm talking about the lower right second molar. All the teeth have numbers from, there's 32 teeth in the mouth, and from the upper right, which would be tooth number 1, the upper right wisdom tooth. The lower right wisdom tooth would be tooth number 32. And the upper right central incisor would be tooth number 8. So we have a numbering system that we would refer to. So this specific tooth was a lower right second permanent molar.
All right. Now, Doctor, did you have occasions to have the crime lab assist you in preparing a PowerPoint presentation to further illustrate or comparison process?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And I believe it's, is there an exhibit in front of you that's marked?
Just the CV.
Just the CV? I believe the court.
I'm showing these now. Exhibit 376 and 377.
Doctor, first of all, if you would identify exhibit 376, 377, please.
377 is a copy of the pictures that are used in the PowerPoint presentation.
All right. And if we know now, if we could direct your attention to the screen, we have a depiction. 1 second. We're going to provide the court with a copy. Very good. Doctor, on the screen, we have an item depicted. I believe there's a laser pointer to your right.
Yes, sir.
There, if need be.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us what we're looking at here? Tooth number 31 and the word buccal. What does that mean?
Well, again, tooth number 31 is refers to that lower right second molar, and buccal refers to the side of the tooth. Each tooth has like 5 surfaces that we can examine. We have the cheek side, the tongue side, the biting surface, and then what they call the mesolear towards the front of the mouth, the distal towards the back of the mouth. The buccal surface is the cheek side aspect of what you're looking here.
All right.
So the tooth that I'm looking at is right here. We have 2 roots that are associated. This would actually be where the root would be for tooth number 30, which would be the first molar, which was not recovered. So this fragment actually comes from the, this bony fragment here comes from the second molar or second bicuspid, goes back to beyond the second molar.
All right.
But the cheek side aspect or the buccal aspect, sometimes it could be difficult to. When you take x-ray on a fragment, you have to make sure that the x-ray film is on the tongue side. So it's very critical to be able to identify which is the cheek side, which is the tongue side. And sometimes on burn fragments, they could be very difficult. In this particular case, it would be really, is pretty easy for me to do that because usually the cheek side aspect is a part that's going to be destroyed and burned the worst.
Why is that?
Well, in burn victims, with the intensity and the temperature of the fire and the prolonged duration of exposure, the cheek will be destroyed first, and then again the crowns. Again, if we look to the part that would be in the mouth here, would be up here, and that part is missing. So the crown has been destroyed, and essentially all the crowns have been destroyed in this evidence. There was one portion of a crown that was recovered, and that was on a cuspid or an eye tooth, or which was really not critical at all in the comparison or identification here. But the cheek side aspect is further protected from the bone. The roots of the teeth are going to be protected from the bone. The crown has been destroyed. But once that fire, again, with the intensity and the temperature of the fire and the prolonged duration of exposure, and the cheek is now gone, we now just have the bone structure protecting that tooth. The crown doesn't have the bone support protecting the crown of that tooth, the part that's in the mouth. So that part has been destroyed, but the root structure is being further protected, insulated from the effects of the fire.
All right. And looking at that, where exactly is what we call the jawbone or not, or?
That's a portion from the lower right corner of the mouth, the lower white quadrant.
Could you point on the exhibit what part is the bone and what part is root fragment, just so we're clear?
This is root fragment from tooth 31. The rest of this all bone.
All right. Next one. All right. We have another slide here, 231, lingual. What does that mean?
Lingual is the tongue side aspect. That is where it was, again, very easy to determine which was tongue side, which was cheek side, because the tongue side, while it's blackened, there's been burned, but it's completely intact, as opposed to the cheek side aspect or the buccal aspect that was rough and had burned away down to the root structure in there.
All right. Excellent. And what are we looking here on the third slide marked occlusal?
Occlusal means biting surface. So now we're looking from down directly on the tooth. And again, the crown has been destroyed. So what we're looking at is really the top of the roots of the teeth. And the fracture matching was done in there where originally that was two roots. And again, I fracture matched them and super glued them back together. And again, the cheek side aspect has been destroyed up here, and the tongue side aspect is still intact.
All right. Excellent. And what are we looking at here?
This is the 2001 Panorex X-ray that Special Agent Holmes brought to me on November 9 or 10. And again, it goes from ear to ear. I mean, the one ear would be over here, and the other one would be over here, and it shows all the teeth. The one that I'm concerned about is the lower right quadrant or lower right corner, and the tooth that I'm going to be comparing is tooth number 31.
All right.
Tooth number 32 had been removed after this X-ray had been taken.
All right. And what are we looking at on the next slide?
This is just a cropped picture of just 31.
All right.
And it just shows tooth number 31.
All right. Again, now, what is the postmortem X-ray tooth number 31? Please explain.
Postmortem X-ray is one of the X-rays that I had obtained. There were like 46 X-rays that I had taken of all the remains, and this one of the X-rays that I had taken on tooth number 31 after the roots had been fracture matched back together and have been placed in the bone.
And just so that we're all clear, postmortem means?
Postmortem is after death. Antemortem is prior to death.
All right. The next slide, please. This would be slide number 7, top of the page 3. What are we looking at here?
This shows that cropped picture of tooth number 31 from the 2001 Panorex. So this would be an antemortem film over here, and this is the postmortem X-ray over here. What I'm doing is comparing the root structure that's associated with tooth number 31 to the postmortem. And it's not just one root structure, it's actually two root structures. One tooth, but there's two structures associated with it. We have the mesial root or the front root and the distal root or the back root. And there are a number of things I can look at here and compare. And again, the Panorex X-ray does show the whole root down here, but I can see it a little bent to the root down here on the mesial root, on the distal root, and also on the slight curvature. And I can see the same curvature here and the same bend over here.
All right.
The pulp tissue in the middle of the tooth we also can compare. And we'll see that later on.
Oh, all right. Okay, and what are we looking at on the next slide?
What I've done here is just to take and superimposing one X-ray on top of the other, and the one on the left just shows that it's going to look like if it does not match. Where I put the postmortem X-ray on top of the antemortem X-ray and just had it slightly askew or just off a little bit, and we can see that the pulp tissue, the pulp is the blood vessel nerve in the middle of the tooth. So if you have a root canal done, they go in and they remove that pulp tissue, and the lines don't line up over here. The width between the roots is not consistent. Whereas if I slide it over just a little bit, that pulp tissue is very consistent, and the width between the roots is very consistent. Again, this back root is very consistent, and it's the dimension of the root itself, the dimension of this root, the space in between the roots, and the pulpal tissue that I'm looking at.
All right, thank you. All right. Now, we have another slide, a Panorex postmortem slide. What are we looking at here? These are all with respect to 231?
Correct.
Okay.
This is actually the same picture that we just saw. It's just an enlargement. Again, showing again that what it's going to look like if it doesn't match or it doesn't line up.
All right. And next slide.
And again, where it, in my opinion, is very consistent, where again, you can put one on top of the other, and you can superimpose one X-ray on top of the other and see how the X-ray, the crown of the tooth up here, again, has been destroyed. That's on the antemortem film. The postmortem, but it comes up, it just, it's one solid line as it comes up.
All right, next slide, please. All right. We have an anterior bite wing displayed here. What does this tell us?
This was it was the oldest of the bite wings. It was a 1997 bite wing, but it was the one that showed the most tooth structure. And so that's what I was concerned about. So it doesn't show the end of the root down here, but it shows more than the other bite wings, which may have come up about here.
All right.
And this is just a cropped version of that particular X-ray, that bite wing X-ray. So this is the part that we are zeroing in on that tooth number 31.
All right. Next one. And we're looking at...
this is the postmortem X-ray again that we saw before.
All right. And now we have an antemortem and a postmortem slide. Please explain.
Okay. Again, this is the cropped antemortem picture. This is one from the bite wing X-ray. Again, it does not show the entire root structure down here, but it shows a fair amount of it. And again, we can compare the pulp tissue in the middle of the tooth. There's actually a little constriction of the pulp here, a little constriction of the pulp down up here, and then it gets a little bit wider, here. The bend to the root here. We can see the bend of the root over here. So this X-ray, again, it's cutting off part of the root there. So this X-ray is probably coming across right about in here, but it does show that bend in there.
All right. Excellent. What are we looking at these particular slides?
Same thing I did with the Panorex X-ray. I've superimposed one on top of the other, and I have, again, the antemortem film. I have a postmortem film on top of it, and again, just showing what it would look like if it does not match, if the pulp tissue and the root structure do not coincide. And then I slide it over a little bit, and then again, it's the way it comes up into the tooth over here, the way again, this part of the tooth is missing, but it's a perfect match as it comes across down here to the end of the root down here. You can see where the root kind of just goes from the postmortem into the antemortem film. The pulpal tissue line up nicely. The width between the roots, everything is very consistent.
All right. And to the final slide then.
There's two more that it just shows again. This is the same picture that we just looked at, but a larger version of it, where it's blown up, where it does not match. And on that next one, again, it's just a larger version of what you can take those fractures match pieces and pieces that are reassociated, put back together, and then compare them to the antemortem x-rays, and everything lines up.
Now, do you have Investigator Laggert is going to bring you up first, would you show counsel before you, and you've been handed an exhibit. What number is that for the record?
Number 375.
All right. Would you examine exhibit 375, please?
This is the fragment that I compared with...
Would you take it out and hold it?
Sure.
Display it for us, please.
This is the original bag that I received with particular evidence that was received on from Special Agent Holmes on November 11, and it was and it has that section of the mandible from the lower right quadrant. There's actually another fragment in there of the what they call the coronoid process, which is the top part of the lower jaw, and another root fragment in there. But this is the fragment that was critical to the comparison of the tooth number 31 and that lower right quadrant of the lower jaw.
So what you have there are the remains of the tooth number 31 from which you made your comparison.
Correct.
All right. Now, doctor, do you have an opinion on whether the root fragments from tooth 31 recovered from the burn pit are consistent with the dental x-rays of Teresa HALBACH obtained from Dr. Krupka?
Yes, sir.
And what's that opinion?
In my opinion, the remains are very consistent.
All right. And were you able to obtain a positive identification?
I'm kind of reluctant to use the word positive. There were not a lot of remains that were recovered. There were no crowns that were critical. There were no dental fillings that I could compare. When I make a positive identification, and I do use that term quite frequently in reports, a positive identification to me would indicate to the exclusion of all others in the world.
So you would be you would have to be 100% beyond any doubt for you to make a positive identification.
Correct. I'm very conservative on my opinion, and I just was reluctant to use the word positive.
How close were you to making a positive identification in this particular case?
I was very close. I mean, it was when you can superimpose evidence one on top of the other, and they look to be as one fragment, you can get much closer. You can't get much closer.
All right, doctor, the opinion that the fragments from 231 are very consistent with the dental x-rays that you obtained from Teresa HALBACH display 231, do you hold that opinion to be a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. Subject to counsel's right to cross-examine, I would move into evidence the actual CD-ROM for the PowerPoint presentation. The handout of which is Exhibit 377. I believe PowerPoint ROM is 376. His CV has already been received, and we would move into evidence the root fragment which he's displayed.
Any objection?
I don't know that there's no objection. The 376 is a CD-ROM. Is that right?
It's the disc itself.
Okay. No objection, Sue.
Very well. Those exhibits are admitted.
Pass the witness.
Mr. Strang?
I don't have a lot for you. I've just got a few questions in one area that you brought up with us, Dr. SIMLEY, on direct examination, and that's the heat. Are you able, as a matter of your experience and learning, to tell us what temperature range would be required to render to the state you saw them, the 24 tooth fragments that you examined here?
No. The only thing I would say is that, again, during the course of my 26 years of involvement in forensic dentistry, seen a number of individuals from car accidents, house fires, and under the understanding the temperature ranges, there can be over 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and this individual, either the prolonged duration of exposure or a higher temperatures. I don't like to get into temperatures, but again, this is more than the average burn victim that I normally see.
All right. Have you also examined at least the dental remains of burn victims in which the fire was fed by a volatile fuel, jet fuel A or A gas or some other? You know what I mean by a volatile fuel?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, I have.
Roughly how many times have you done that?
Tell you the truth, I don't know. I'm not always privy to that information. But I know that there's one other case that I can think of where there were 5 individuals involved, and I know there were accelerants used there. Again, remains look very similar from my point of view, but I'm the lay person when you talk about there.
Sure. By an accelerant, we're talking about a flammable fluid of some sort?
Correct.
Okay. And would the burning that you see here, the level of, it's called thermal destruction or thermal damage,
Okay.
that you see here be high, worse than, about the same as, or not as bad as the instances in which you've seen dental remains where there was a fire fed by some accelerants, as you say?
To me, they look about the same as what I have seen with accelerants used.
Can you, based drawing on your experience and your learning, can you give us? I think it sounded like you wanted to shy away from a temperature estimation or range. Is that right?
Probably fairly safe to say that, yes.
Safe because you just don't feel competent to do that, or?
Well, I know that the temperature ranges, again, from what I understand on house fires, and again, 1,000 to 1,200 degrees. I think in cremation, you're looking at around 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit or so. Are these, again, from a temperature point of view, they certainly appear to me, again, there are other people more qualified to answer that question than myself, but from my point of view, they're more than the typical house fire, which would either put the temperature range either higher or the prolonged duration of exposure longer.
Let's take those in the two separate categories.
Fine.
You started with?
I agree.
When you use the term cremation, which we were using earlier this morning, you mean a lawful cremation?
Correct.
Which you know to occur in a closed chamber of some kind.
Correct.
Fed by jets or an
Yes, sir.
active accelerant.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that you understand to produce a temperature range something close to 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit.
Correct.
Do you have an understanding about how long the lawful, the ordinary cremation process takes, if that's how someone, or a relative likes to dispose of remains?
Objection. Foundation.
I mean, this to be a foundational question.
From what I understand, about an hour and a half or so.
Okay.
Of cremation.
And that's knowledge you've acquired through your work as a forensic odontologist?
Through continuing education and lectures and talking to funeral directors, yes.
Fair enough. Okay. And so about an hour and a half, give or take. I'm sure we can assume that all people are different sizes and structures. Is that correct?
Right.
Uh,
I've never actually seen a cremation, though.
Sure. And about 1800 degrees Fahrenheit, although we can agree that all crematory facilities are going to be a little bit different too.
Correct.
Okay.
And I think the individuals can make a difference on the temperatures also.
Sure. So I'm looking for ballparks, just
right,
based on your training and experience. And then if we're talking about a house fire, you've sounded comfortable using a range of about 1,000 to 1,200 degrees Fahrenheit generated by a typical house fire.
Again, there's other people that are more qualified than myself to render that opinion. But from what I've talked with other individuals and from what I've heard, this seems like I think a fairly reasonable estimation
range.
Yes.
Okay.
But again, there's that's out of my area of expertise.
Understood. And I don't want to take you farther.
No, that's fine.
Then you can go. And then let's go to the second category or factor, variable that you described, which is time of exposure to this sort of intense heat or dynamic thermal energy. All right. I take it then that if what you were seeing here in temperature range, maybe closer to the cremation sort of temperature range.
No, I think that gets closer to putting an actual degree on it, and I hate to do that.
All right. But if not that, then a longer period of time exposed to maybe a lower level of heat.
From the dental remains that I saw, it's one or the other, I think. And I think there are some investigators that can probably give a better idea as far as the temperatures involved. But again, from my point of view, it either had to be an extremely hot fire or prolonged duration of exposure.
And by prolonged duration of exposure, can you give us any estimates and just tell me if you can't, but can you give us any estimates of a time or a duration if we posited a fire or something in more, in the 1,000 to 1,200 degree Fahrenheit range?
I don't think I could. No, sir.
Fair enough. Thanks.
Sure.
Any redirect?
No redirect for this witness.
All right. You are at shoes, sir.
Could counsel approach to decide on how we're going to use the remainder of our time?
State's going to call Karen HALBACH, Judge.
Very well.
Please raise your right hand. Please be seated. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Karen HALBACH, HALBACH.
Good morning, Mrs. HALBACH. Thank you for agreeing to testify on such short notice. I have a couple of easier questions for you, and I have some difficult questions. The first questions that I need to talk to you about regard your daughter, Teresa. Could you tell us, please, first of all, how many children you've had?
5.
And where, within those 5, did Teresa fall?
She was the second oldest.
We've heard from your son, Mike. Do you have any other sons?
Yes, I have. My oldest is a boy.
His name?
Tim.
What does Tim do for a living?
He's an attorney.
And you have 2 other daughters, is that right?
Yes.
We've heard from one of them in this trial, is that correct?
Yes.
What's her name?
Katie.
And how old is Katie?
15.
And you have a younger daughter?
Yes.
And what's her name?
Kelly.
How old is Kelly?
13.
Is when your oldest daughter, Teresa, we have a picture up here in court, was killed. How old was she?
25.
Tell the jury about your relationship with Teresa, and how often would you talk to her?
At least once a week. She'd come over a lot on the weekends to spend time with us and her two sisters. She took pictures for us. She did our family pictures, and she was always taking pictures of the girls and around the farm. She liked to take pictures a lot, and we'd spend a lot of time together. We'd go out to eat, or it seems like the kids were always over on a Sunday afternoon, and we'd talk and sit around the island in our kitchen and talk a lot. We spend a lot of time together.
Was Sundays a day that the family would typically get together?
Yeah, yes.
In fact, the Sunday before Teresa's death, a Sunday, the one day before her death on the 30th of October. Do you recall all getting together for a birthday party that day?
Yes, it was my father's birthday on Halloween, but we got together that Sunday before and celebrated his birthday at his house.
Okay, so Teresa was actually killed on your dad's birthday?
Yes.
I think you told us, Mrs. HALBACH, that Teresa lived close to you in physical proximity. Who owned the property in which she lived?
My husband and I do.
And do you know at the time of her death who she lived with?
With a friend, Scott Bladorn.
Sometime on the 3rd of November of 2005, did you receive a telephone call from a gentleman by the name of Tom Pierce?
Yes, I did.
Could you describe that call for the jury, please?
He called about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and he told me he was worried about Teresa because not only had she not shown up for work Tuesday or Wednesday, but he had tried calling her on her cell phone, and it said the voicemail was full. And that concerned him because her cell phone was her business phone. She used that. It was easiest for her. And then I said that concerned me too. I was worried about her then too.
Were you familiar with the phone? That is the cell phone that Teresa had?
A little bit, I was.
You've been asked, and in fact, after Teresa's death, investigators asked you to go through and actually find some things at her residence. Is that correct?
Right.
I'm going to show you two exhibits. One is exhibit number 379, and one is exhibit 380. Mr. Strang, have you seen these?
I've seen them, all three. I've seen all three, yeah.
I think there's a stipulation, Mrs. HALBACH, meaning there's an agreement with the attorneys. But I just want you to tell the jury what exhibit 379 is, please.
It's a receipt for her cell phone that she bought.
And what is exhibit number 380?
It's the contract for her cell phone.
With what carrier? What wireless carrier?
Singular.
I'd like you to turn to the back page of the contract, and on the very bottom, do you see that it indicates what kind of a cell phone she had?
Right.
What does it say?
It's a Motor V3.
Motorola V3.
Yes.
All right. Do you know that to be something called a Razr, Motorola Razr cell phone?
Yes.
Now, had you seen your daughter, Teresa, with that cell phone before?
Yes, I have.
You've also heard evidence about Teresa owning something that's generically called a Palm Pilot. I'm sure the Palm Pilot people would be happy that we're calling it that, but it's a personal data assistant. Were you familiar that she owned one of those?
Yes.
I'm showing you another exhibit. Mr. Fallon, what's that exhibit number, please?
378.
378. Can you tell the jury what that is, please?
It's a receipt from a Palm Pilot from Target.
On the top of the receipt, does it indicate the date in which she bought that Palm Pilot or that Palm Sire 31? And does it indicate November 15th of 2004?
Yes.
During the course of the investigation, the missing persons investigation, and later what you unfortunately found out was a murder-homicide investigation, were you asked to provide samples, biological samples from yourself, something called a buccal swab, a sample of your DNA?
Yes, I was.
And did you provide that for investigators?
Yes, I did.
Mrs. HALBACH, were you also asked to assist investigators, if you could, and have your children, Mike and the other children, helping with trying to determine cell phone records and things like that? Do you remember that being asked of you?
Yes, I do.
Your daughter, Katie, who we've heard from, were you familiar with Katie's relationship with your daughter, Teresa?
Yes.
Would you describe that? What you noticed about that relationship?
Teresa was very close to both of her sisters. They spent a lot of time laughing and picking on each other. It kind of became tradition. Teresa would come over Sunday after Sunday night, and 3 of her favorite TV shows were on that night, and they'd watch it together and laugh and have a good time. She took them shopping.
All right. When you heard that Katie knew about Teresa's clothing, when she knew that she owned a pair of Daisy Fuentes jeans, do you have any doubts that they were close enough that she'd know that?
Oh yeah, Teresa, the girls would go over to Teresa's house and they would try on her clothes, because if Teresa had jeans that wouldn't fit her, she'd give them to the girls. So I'm sure Katie knows she had them.
All right. There's been at least some suggestion that on perhaps the 2nd or 3rd of November, that your daughter, Teresa, may still have been alive, may have been accessing her cell phone. After the 31st of October, Mrs. HALBACH, did you ever hear your daughter, Teresa's voice again?
No, I did not.
Is Teresa, or was Teresa, the kind of girl that would have taken off or would have left or would have vanished without talking to you or talking to her family?
No, she would not.
The last difficult area of inquiry I have with you, Mrs. HALBACH, has to do with notification. This is how you've been notified of this investigation. At the beginning of this case, I told the jury that it was my responsibility as a district attorney to meet with you and to meet with your family and to tell you about the evidence that's been found in this case. Do you remember me saying that?
Yes.
Do you remember those things happening in this case?
Yes.
The physical evidence No matter how disturbing it's been to you, have you been and your family been kept informed throughout this investigation of all the developments, do you feel?
Yes.
Your Honour, this is needlessly difficult, and the case is not about Mr. Kratz.
Court agrees.
Judge, I would move the admission of the three exhibits that have been identified by Mrs. Halbach, and with that, I would pass the witness to Mr. Strang.
Any objection to the exhibits?
Your Honour, I have no objection to the three exhibits, and I'm not going to make Mrs. HALBACH answer any questions.
Very well. The exhibits are admitted. Ma'am, you are excused. Members of the jury, at this time we'll take our lunch break and resume at 1 o'clock. I remind you, as usual, not to discuss the case amongst yourselves during the lunch hour. And then, counsel, we can resume with the next witness.
We'll do that, Judge. Thank you.
At this time, we're back on the record outside the presence of the jury. Counsel, I understand there's some business you wish to take up before we bring the jurors back in.
I do, Your Honour. There have been, I don't know, a number of occasions, most recently on a direct examination of Karen HALBACH just before lunch, in which the prosecution has posed questions on direct examination that assume as a fact or presuppose either a killing in the case of the question as posed here today, or is that it is somehow established beyond dispute or tacitly conceded that the murder alleged here actually did occur on October 31st. Those kind of questions not only invade the province of the jury, I mean, as assume the ultimate facts to be decided here and the actual elements of the most serious charge, but also tend to suggest superior knowledge on the part of the state or a vouching in effect. I don't think they're properly put. I don't think that's a proper question. We are coming up on 3 weeks into a trial, and not only has the state not established beyond dispute the death of Miss HALBACH or on any specific day, but almost 3 weeks in, we don't know how she died, when she died, where exactly they say she died, or why the state says she died. So I'd like the court to instruct counsel that questions ought not to be phrased in a way that tends to vouch for or invade the province of the jury in that way, or to suggest some superior knowledge on the part of the state and its agents.
Mr. Kratz or Mr. Fallon, who's going to be responding?
Certainly is the theory of the prosecution, Judge, that Ms. Halbach was murdered. As I recall, that was not going to be disputed by the defense. If they once again change their theory of defense, then once again, we'd like to know that. That notwithstanding, Your Honor, phrasing the question regarding Ms. Halbach's murder is consistent with our theory of the prosecution. What we think is that the evidence that has already been elicited at this trial, both through expert and lay witnesses. If Mr. Strang would like to argue to the jury upon closing that Ms. Halbach was not, in fact, murdered, if some other reason exists for her not being in this courtroom, then I guess we can hear it at that time. But until that moment, I do believe that it is within our province to frame those questions in that regard. I suppose I could always use the word alleged, but since we are an advocate in this case, since we advocate for a position, we are advocating the position that Ms. HALBACH was, in fact, murdered. And until the court tells us we can't, I intend to elicit questions that presuppose that fact. Because at least up to this point, the state believes that has, in fact, been proven, or a reasonable inference of can be drawn by this jury that has occurred.
I don't remember the specific comments. I thought, going back to the defence opening statement, that there wasn't a dispute that the victim was murdered. But when the date October 31st was used, I guess that's what I thought Mr. Strang's comments were going to be directed to. Mr. Strang?
Well, that is primarily, killed on October 31st, killed on your father's birthday, and there's a difference between what we may choose to argue to a jury and the state's burden of proof on every essential element. There's only one essential element of the 4 charges here that we've stipulated. That's it. One, that he was a convicted felon as of the relevant date in 2005. So what we actually choose to argue to the jury has nothing to do with the form in which the state poses questions on direct examination of witnesses who are not hostile and are not appropriate either for leading or for vouching. It's not the evidence that is objectionable. It is the form of the question that purportedly seeks to elicit the evidence that causes me to ask for the court's instruction.
All right. Well, as the trial has gone on, I can only respond to objections as they're made. If I have misunderstood the extent to which the defence was not contesting some of the items alleged by the state, but I understand your point, and if another question is made that the defence feel objectionable, object to it at the time, and I'll rule on it.
I think we're just waiting for the clerk to finish marking exhibits.
You may be seated, and Mr. Fallon, you may call your next witness.
State would call Leslie EISENBERG.
You can step over there. Please raise your right hand. Please be seated. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Leslie EISENBERG. EISENBERG.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What do you do for a living?
I am currently employed and have been since June of 1993 for the state of Wisconsin Historical Society as the state's Burial Sites Preservation Program Coordinator. I am likewise employed privately as a forensic anthropologist.
Would you tell us what an anthropologist does?
I'd be happy to. An anthropologist, and in particular a forensic anthropologist, uses techniques from physical anthropology, including knowledge of the human skeleton and knowledge of human variation, and applying that knowledge in a legal context.
Are there any particular areas or subspecialties of forensic anthropology or anything like that?
I have quite a bit of experience with trauma reconstruction and with identifying and recognizing burned human remains.
Judge, either the witness should lean back a little, or if you could turn the volume down a tad. She seems to be more comfortable leaning forward, so perhaps less volume. Thanks.
Sure.
How are you involved in this case?
I was in early November of 2005. I was requested, my assistance was requested by the Calumet County Sheriff's Office to examine some human remains that had been recovered.
And in terms of today, why are you here today?
I am here to explain the work I've done and my findings with particular reference to a determination of the sex and the age of the burned human remains I was asked to examine, as well as to render a professional opinion with respect to the manner of death.
Now, before we get to your findings and opinions, Doctor, I'd like to find out a little bit about yourself, please. First of all, tell us your educational background.
I received a master's degree in anthropology in 1981, a doctorate or PhD in anthropology in 1986, and in 1997 was awarded what's called diplomat status or board certification in forensic anthropology.
And if you could tell us, what does diplomat status or board certification status, what is that? Why is that significant?
It's significant to a forensic anthropologist because it means that you have gone through a very rigorous process in submitting case reports for review to an organization called the American Board of Forensic Anthropology, who will review your application and determine your fitness to sit for a very rigorous day-long written and practical examination.
From which institutions did you receive your master's and doctoral degrees?
Both degrees were received from New York University in New York City.
Tell us, if you would, how long have you been with the Wisconsin Historical Society? We'll start there.
I moved to Wisconsin in at the end of May of 1993 to accept the position with the Wisconsin Historical Society. So I've been here almost 14 years.
Did you say 83 or 93?
93.
What positions have you held which benefit you in the performance of your anthropological duties and opinions that you render?
Well, there have been a number. For me, one of the most important positions I held before coming to Wisconsin began in 1986, and that was a consulting forensic anthropologist, one of two for the Office of Chief Medical Examiner in New York City. I have also been fortunate and honored to be asked to be part of a federal disaster mortuary team that goes by the full name is Disaster Mortuary Operational Response Team. And that's a team made up of different kinds of professionals, including dentists and pathologists and other specialties like forensic anthropology that are most useful in identifying remains that have sustained effects from disasters, whether they be an explosion, a burning episode, more recently, Hurricane Katrina, the World Trade Center, plane crashes, things like that.
And this Disaster Mortuary Operational Response Team, is that known by the acronym DMORT, D-M-O-R-T?
It is.
D-M-O-R-T.
That's correct.
And now, you mentioned some disaster relief efforts. Have you participated in any disaster relief efforts involving the need for expertise in the field of forensic anthropology?
Yes, I have.
Tell us about those responses that you've been involved in.
Well, of the requests made to me to assist, I have been asked to assist on multiple occasions. Of those requests, I've been able to help with 3 of them. The first one was regarding a train derailment, train crash in Bourbonnais, Illinois, where a number of individuals on that train sustained trauma from the crash and also from subsequent burning episode. I also was the day of the World Trade Center disaster, to respond to New York to help with the identification of the extremely fragmented and in many cases very badly burned human remains from that attack. And more recently, in September of 2005, I was asked to go down to Mississippi, to Gulfport, Mississippi, to assist with the identification of, in some cases, cemetery remains that had been washed out, and in other cases, to assist with remains of unidentified individuals who were either washed up or recovered subsequent to Hurricane Katrina and Rita, which followed on its heels.
Are you a member of any committees or belong to any boards of that particular interest with respect to the field of forensic anthropology?
Yes, I am. A board member of the American Board of Forensic Anthropology. For 6 years, I served on that board as an elected member. The last 3 years of that 6-year term as the board secretary.
Currently, do you belong to any national professional organizations?
Yes, I do.
And what are those organizations?
May I refer to my resume so that I don't leave anything out that may be of interest?
Sure. Showing you what has been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 381. Could you identify that for us, please?
Exhibit 381 is my resume, also known as a curriculum vitae, which consists of 17 plus pages. With regard to my professional affiliations, I do belong to a number of national and regional organizations. I am a fellow of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, which is basically the umbrella organization of forensic professionals in this country, in Canada, and membership also spans the globe. Being a fellow of that organization means that you have attained the highest level of membership that the American Academy of Forensic Sciences has. As I mentioned, I'm also a board-certified forensic anthropologist with an affiliation with the American Board of Forensic Anthropology. I am also a member of the International Association for Identification, which most recently has begun a forensic anthropology section, and I am acting with other colleagues to begin that section for the organization.
All right. If I may interrupt you, and again, continuing the field of anthropology, are you a member of any regional professional organizations?
Yes, I am, sir.
What would those be?
With respect to my qualifications here, I am a member of the Wisconsin Association for Identification, the Wisconsin Association of Homicide Investigators, and the Wisconsin Coroners and Medical Examiners Association.
Have you received any particular research grants, awards, or honors of a particular importance with respect to your field of forensic anthropology?
Yes, I have. If I may refer again to
Sure,
Exhibit 381.
you may.
Your Honour, that exhibit can be admitted without
I
objection.
thank you. I was just about to do that in a moment or two.
All right, the exhibit is admitted.
Thank you.
Most recent for 2006, I am proud to say that my peers in the DMORD organization in the Federal Disaster Team have named me the Distinguished Member of the Year. And among other awards and honors, in the year 2000, the Wisconsin State Assembly presented me with a citation recognizing my work in another forensic case from Sauk County, Wisconsin.
All right. So is the curriculum vitae that you have there a summary of your professional training and experience, awards, publications, etc.?
It is, sir.
Thank you. Turning now to this particular case, when did you first become involved in the case involving Teresa HALBACH?
My involvement with this case began with a telephone call, actually a voicemail message that was left for me on October 9, no, my apologies, on November 9 of 2005. There was a call placed to me by Special Agent of the Wisconsin Department of Justice, Division of Criminal Investigation, asking for my assistance in examining some items that had been collected with, and the specific request had to do with looking at those items to determine if any human remains were part of that in initial collection of items.
I'd like to direct your attention to the time frame of November 5, which we've established as a Saturday, through November 10th, which we have also established as a Thursday. During that time frame, were you in the state of Wisconsin?
I left on that Sunday, which I believe would have been the 6th of November, returning on Wednesday the 9th. I was, along with 4 or 5 other individuals who's representing the state of Wisconsin at a missing persons conference in Denver, Colorado.
All right. You return to the 9th, and your first day back at work would have been the 10th.
Would have been Thursday, November 10 of 05.
What were you asked to do initially? What were your primary tasks?
My primary task was to examine the contents of a sealed box and to provide information about the context of that box. When I opened the box on Thursday, November the 10th, at the Dane County Coroner's Office morgue, where I do most of my laboratory work, I opened the box to find many blackened, highly fragmented, and incomplete human bone fragments.
All right. Upon making that examination and after receiving the request from law enforcement, what did you attempt, or what were you attempting to do with respect to evaluating these fragments?
Well, the first task at hand in this case, and in other cases as well, sometimes one of the tasks that a forensic anthropologist is often asked to do is to look at remains, whether they're fragmentary or complete, and render an opinion as to whether or not the remains are human. And if you can answer yes to that question, to then distinguish or determine can you also distinguish other kinds of items that are associated with those? So one of the key roles for forensic anthropologists is to determine or distinguish human from non-human remains, whether they're biological or otherwise.
I've just been informed you might have to pull that microphone just a little bit closer.
Okay, I'll try and do better. Thank you.
At some point, you were attempting to develop a biological profile of the person, if there was, in fact, a determination that they were human remains.
Yes. One of the other key roles of a forensic anthropologist is to develop what's called a biological profile. And that often includes and should include a determination of the sex of the individual, the age of the individual, the stature or height of the individual, the ancestry or race of the individual, a determination as to whether or not there are any, the remains have sustained trauma of any kind, whether they occurred before death or after death, and also to refit any fragments that might be reapproximated or put back together.
Are you familiar with the terms antemortem and postmortem and perimortem?
Yes, I am.
Could you explain those terms to us? Please, at least as you apply them in your field of anthropology.
I would be happy to. The term antemortem, the prefix ante means before, mortem means death. So antemortem means before death. Perimortem, Perimortem. Peri means at or near the time of death. So that's what perimortem means.
All right. In terms of your task, could you tell us, please, what were the conditions of the bones and fragments and materials that were sent to you?
The material that I initially examined and virtually all of the subsequent material presented to me for examination, the human bone fragments that I identified and sorted and inventorized was incomplete, highly fragmented, burned, and in some cases what we call calcined. And calcined is a state or a condition along a continuum or a progression of what happens to bone, human bone, when it's exposed to heat. And it's so if you can break that down into 3 different kind of general periods. When bone is initially exposed to heat, it begins to lose moisture. Many people think of bones as inert, kind of as like a piece of wood, but in fact, there are blood vessels that run through bone, and bone is a very dynamic substance. As anyone who may have broken a bone knows, it hurts. It hurts a lot when that happens. So when bone is exposed to heat, it first begins to lose its moisture. It will then begin, as time goes on, as more heat or as is applied, or the duration of the exposure to heat is extended, the organic content of the bone, what makes you and me human, begins to disappear from the bone. And then the third phase, when a bone is calcined, as I mentioned, is when it begins to lose all of its minerals. That keeps the bones strong. So when that happens, the bone begins to function not so much as a living bone, but more as a brittle material.
All right. Now, in the field of disaster relief and forensic anthropology, are there Is there a standard, or are there levels of destruction or degradation that are assigned to particular samples when you're asked to examine them?
Well, again, different researchers have written about this and have assigned or developed these protocols or continuums where the initial level is that a body may have been exposed to heat, continuing up to the final level where you are left with cremated remains. And it's the phases that have been defined by researchers are fairly discrete or standalone phases. But we know that there's a continuum. There's a continual progression from recognizably burned individual to an individual whose remains have been, for all intents and purposes, cremated.
All right. I'd like to show some exhibits, and to begin with, some preliminary questions.
Doctor, I think I'm going to ask you to move the microphone just a little further away. There's a little distortion coming through the...
My apologies.
That's okay.
If you would be so kind, to begin with the first photograph, I believe it's marked as Exhibit 382.
That's correct.
All right, and...
Exhibit 382 is what appears to be a 4 by 6 inch color photograph of myself and other investigators sorting through what appears to be burned material. And if memory serves, I believe this photo was taken at the Wisconsin Crime Laboratory in Madison in December of 2005.
All right. And the next photograph?
The next 4 by 6 color photograph, marked Exhibit 383, depicts the contents of the initial box that was submitted to me for examination under Calumet County Sheriff's Office tag 8318. This was a box that was left for me at my office on November 9 of 2005, that on the following day, I brought it to the Dane County Coroner's Office morgue to examine.
All right.
And I would also note the darkened color of the bones and the fact that some of the lighter colored bones, the bones that almost look white, have taken on or have reached that phase, that calcine phase, where the mineral content and the moisture of the bone has already dissipated or is gone.
All right. If you could take, I believe should be a laser pointer.
Yes.
Up there. If you could just point to the box and just give the jury an example, if you would, of some of these calcine bones that you just described for them. If you could pick out from the box there.
There's one.
All right. Toward the bottom of the...
there's another.
Toward the bottom of the box on the edge there.
Correct.
All right.
And a fragment here, a fragment there. And I would also note that some of these fragments, as you probably can see, in some cases have a calcined portion and maybe a charred portion, all part of the same bone.
All right. What is the next photograph? This is Exhibit...
This is Exhibit 384.
All right. And what are we looking at here?
You are looking at a sampling of skull fragments of different sizes that were part of the initial submission that came in that white box to me that I initially examined on November the 10th of 2005. They look, I'm sure, very irregular to all of you, but I would call your attention to some characteristic. traits that stand out to me immediately. These areas of projections, these are all part of cranial sutures where many of the bones of the skull fit together.
All right. If we were to zoom in, would that assist you in further illustrating the point you're making?
Thank you. Yes, here and here.
So you're pointing to pieces that, what appear to be very irregularly shaped.
That's correct.
All right. And are those cranial structures?
They represent parts of cranial sutures, and there are different cranial sutures around the skull.
All right. Now, do you recall approximately how many diagnostic human skull fragments that you did examine or look at?
If memory serves, there were 58 diagnostic skull fragments. And when I use the word diagnostic, to me, that means there was enough about the bone, either given its shape or its contours, where I could say, yes, this bone fragment came from the skull.
And I may not be clear enough in my own head. So what exactly is a cranial suture?
We, all of us, hopefully, as we're born, develop into kids and get older. Hopefully, our heads grow to accommodate our growing brains. And essentially, what happens is that the skull is made up of multiple bones. And as your brain grows, your skull is able to accommodate that growth at these open sutures, or these, I don't want to call them a zipper, but in a sense, you could think of them as the teeth of a zipper. As you get older, those teeth or these sutures sometimes fuse or grow together. But in younger children, even in adults, hopefully my age, those sutures are still pretty open, even though my brain has stopped growing. For little kids or for babies, you can sometimes feel a soft spot on the top of the head. That's because the bone has not grown to the point where that soft spot is covered up yet.
All right. Are they somewhat reflected, or some people refer to those as growth plates, or they assist in the growth of the head and the brain, the skull?
Most people refer to growth plates with respect to growing long bones, the leg bones and the arm bones, but less so really with the skull.
All right. Next exhibit, please. This is exhibit number 380.
This is exhibit 385. This photograph was taken as part of my preparations in preparing a submission or a package for a transfer to the FBI for examination. What you are looking at in this image, this is a bone fragment that's kind of charred, but perhaps not really burned, and certainly not to the degree of the other of all the other bone fragments found in this case.
I'm going to ask my colleague, if I could, to zoom in on one of those that you seem to be pointing your laser pointer at.
Thank you. This is the bone, and although there's no scale in this particular photograph, it was really meant as a reminder to me what the contents of the evidence tag number contained. And this was the largest bone that was collected as part of this evidence tag. It is unquestionably human, and and the color of this bone is more typical of what you would expect to see in a non-burn case. In other words, it was somehow protected. And if you could zoom out to the larger photo for me, please, was protected by some of this dried or desiccated muscle tissue that surrounded this bone.
All right. Now, the one we've been examining more closely here, is that the bone that you had sent or arranged to be sent to the FBI or, to the crime lab for further analysis?
No, this, the contents of all of the items you see on this screen, this larger bone, which is only about 2.5 inches long, and some of these other bone fragments and this muscle tissue was packaged by me and transferred directly to the FBI in November of 2005.
All right. What type of bone? Is that all bone or is it tissue, or what exactly is that one to the far left there?
This?
Yes.
This entire fragment is human bone.
All right. All right. Based on your examination of the bones and fragments recovered from the burn pit behind the garage of Mr. Stephen Avery, did you find evidence of human remains?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what did you determine?
I was able to determine...
Were they human, non-human, human?
They were human.
Were you able to determine or identify the relative age of the person whose remains you examined?
Yes, I was. And it's with a reasonable degree of scientific certainty based on an examination of certain preserved parts of the skeleton. My assessment is that the fragmentary and burned remains that I was asked to examine from behind Mr. Stephen Avery's garage were those of someone probably no older than between 30 to 35 years of age.
When you say no older, can you explain that? No older than this range of 30 to 35. Can you explain how anthropologists use dates like that so that we're not confused?
I will. And I would say that any reasonable and professional forensic anthropologist will always provide an age range as opposed to a particular year, because we can never really know for sure. But there are certain characteristics, certain things we expect to see happening to bone at certain ages. And as we age, as we start to look a little different every year on the outside, on the inside, our bones also start to look a little different. And what I'm referring to in particular is the onset of a degenerative bone condition known as arthritis.
All right. So when you say 30 of an individual less than 30 to 35, in other words, it's someone who's younger than, I assume you have different levels. There's 30 to 35, there's a 20 to 25, or a 40 to 50. So these remains at this person was somebody who was clearly less than 30 to 35 years of age.
That's correct. And I say that because there were no bony signs of arthritis on several of the joint surfaces that I was able to recognize and examine.
Were you able to determine the sex of the person whose remains were recovered?
Yes, I was.
And what was that?
That in my professional opinion, these remains are those of an adult female.
And why were you able to make that determination?
I was able to make that determination based on certain characteristics, traits and measurements of various portions of the body that had been recovered and could be recognized as to where in the body they came from. Actually, which bone they came from.
All right. I would like to direct your attention to, I believe, the next photograph, and that would be Exhibit 386.
386, that's correct.
And it's now being displayed on the screen. What are we looking at in Exhibit 386?
I would ask you to, as you're facing me, we are facing this image, and what we are looking at is the recognizable, what I call diagnostic portions of a human facial bones, and I like to take you through what it is I see in the hopes that you can orientate yourselves as well.
Sure.
If you're looking at this head on or face on, if you will, this would be the top of the left eye socket. This would be the top of the right eye socket. This is the left nasal bone. Everyone's nose has a right side and a left side. We recovered the left nasal bone. We also have the entire or virtually the entire right cheekbone, as well as a portion of the left cheekbone and a portion of the bone that begins in the cheekbone area and continues over and above the left, the opening for the left ear.
All right.
And I must say, if I can add, that in burn situations like this one, it is sometimes unusual to find the facial structures because they are thin and easily damaged. And the fact that we have these bones and they are as recognizable as they are, to me, is in part a testament to the recovery that occurred at the scene.
I note from examining 386, Exhibit 386, that there appear to be some red dots on the fragment which are displayed.
That's correct.
Can you explain what those dots are and how they came to be?
Yes, I would be happy to do that. As part of the investigation and the sorting, I needed to find a way to mark from what location certain bones came. And what I initially decided to do was to go out to Walgreens, buy some very brightly coloured nail polish in different colours, different enough so that each colour could be distinguished from one another, and mark certain recovered items whose tag numbers or identification numbers we knew, so that if I was over time was able to refit fragments, I would know if one match and another match came from the same evidence collection or came from two different evidence collections. For example, the red dots you see here indicate that all of these fragments, all of these recognizable to a forensic anthropologist facial fragments, came from that initial recovery tag number 8318 in that white box that I was initially asked to examine. I would also like to say that I took great pains on these fragments and other fragments that have been so marked to place these dots in areas that did not obscure any kind of anatomical landmark or that might be needed later on for examination purposes.
All right. If you would turn to the next photograph, this would be Exhibit 387.
Yes, sir.
And 387 is what?
387 is a close-up of a portion of facial bones that we saw in the previous slide. what you are looking at, we're doing the same thing. We're looking face on at somebody. And what you are looking at, this area is actually the area just above and between your eyes. And again, this area is the portion of the frontal bone or the forehead that demarcates or forms the boundary for the top of the left eye socket. You are also looking at the left nasal bone. And while you can't see it here, which actually fit with this frontal bone.
All right. If you would turn to the next photograph, I believe that would be Exhibit 388.
Yes, sir.
And Exhibit 388 is, first of all, you have to tell us a little bit about this exhibit. How was this? With whom did you work to prepare this particular exhibit?
I had the opportunity to work with a Wisconsin state trooper by the name of Timothy Austin, who prepared many of the graphics for this case using software that I wouldn't have the first idea about how to make work. But he did a wonderful job in helping me depict certain areas of the body that had been recovered from Mr. Avery's property. What this slide depicts is a graphic of a human skull. We are essentially looking at, again, face on at that skull. And each of these identifying labels points to the portion of the facial bone that was depicted and was recognized and was inventorized in this particular case. If you remember, we had virtually the entire right cheekbone that we call the malar bone, but it's essentially a cheekbone. We had the left nasal bone. We had this portion of the left cheekbone, the left malar again. We had that linear or stick-looking piece of bone that forms part of the cheekbone that continues over and above the opening for the left ear. And a very, very characteristic portion of the left frontal bone that contains a continuous surfaces demarcating the top of the left eye socket. We also had fragments from the top of the right eye sockets, but unfortunately, given their fragmentary nature, they could not be reapproximated or fit the right next to another.
All right. If we could, if you could have you turn to one more photograph, and then I'll ask a couple of questions regarding the ones we've just looked at. Exhibit, I believe, would be 389.
Yes, sir.
All right. The question at hand as we begin the analysis of these facial bones was your ability to determine a female from a male. And if you would then illustrate further, making a compare and contrast Exhibit 389 with the male and female anatomy, and tell us how you were able to determine what the remains you examined were, in fact, female.
In fact, there were multiple indicators of these remains having come from a female. The first evidence of that actually came from that left frontal bone fragment that you saw a minute ago with the sharp upper boundary of the left eye socket. And that is characteristic and actually the hallmark for being able to distinguish, well, one of the characteristics and one of the hallmarks for allowing anthropologists to make a distinction between males and females.
So I take it that then by your description, you're pointing that the skeletal figure depicted on the left hand of our screen is a male.
No. Actually, facing the screen.
Oh, our look right hand side. Excuse me.
Yes. The skeleton graphic on the right hand side is the male.
Right.
And on the left hand side depicts, in a general way, a female.
Okay. Now, you said in addition to the facial bone that you just described, there were other bone material that you examined that further supported your opinion that the remains were of a female.
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
As we move from the head down the body to what are called the postcranials, anything neck and below, post, again, after, so below the skull, one of the fragments that was actually recovered and in very, very good shape was a bone that forms part of the elbow joint. And the elbow joint is made up of 3 bones. The lower end of the upper arm bone, that's called the humerus. And the upper end of the 2 lower arm bones, the one on the thumb side of the arm called the radius. And the one on the other side called the ulna. And what I was able to identify was the elbow, and of the radius, it's called the radial head, which is a rounded, lozenge-shaped portion of the bone that forms part of the elbow joint.
All right. And did you recover any other bones, for instance, a femur shaft or anything like that, which would be of some assistance in determining the sex?
Yes, along with the head of the radius. That actually I can try and point out in this graphic. It's well, maybe not. May I approach the?
Sure, I think that
a graphic. I think I might be able to do a little better.
Sure. Would you like to use a pen to point or?
Well, no. This should work. It's that lozenge-shaped area right there. You have one on the left and one on the right. But I was only able to identify one of those radial heads, and I don't know from what side that came. Along with the head of the radius, there was also a femur shaft. The femur is the thigh bone, and most long bones, the arm bones and the leg bones, as you can see in this photograph, the upper arm bones, there's an upper end at the joint, a lower end at the joint, and in between those 2 joint ends is usually the cylindrical or rounded part of the bone that's called the shaft. And there was a femur shaft fragment that was found in with the initial recovery tag number 8318, whose circumference measurement or the measurement around the tubular part of the bone falls well within the expected range for females.
Now, early on when we're talking about your experiences, you said that oftentimes the ancestry or stature of a person could be determined. Were you able to make any of those determinations upon your examination in this case?
I was not. Stature was not possible. There were no complete long bones or no bones long enough to even estimate stature from. Likewise, there was nothing indicative of ancestries. There's certain parts of the body that anthropologists typically look at, the skull, shapes and proportions, as well as areas of the femur and some other bones that often assist us in determining ancestry or race. And in fact, unless you can make a determination as to ancestry, no good forensic anthropologist would even attempt stature, because many of the equations we use to plug in the length of a long bone require that you know the ancestry beforehand.
I take it that's because there are different standards associated with age.
There are different standards because different populations are proportioned differently, and those equations take that into account.
Doctor, I want to switch gears a little bit from some of your findings here and ask you this question. As a forensic anthropologist, are you familiar with the concepts of cause and manner of death?
Yes, I am.
Are you sometimes asked to render such opinions based on your training, your experience, and your findings?
I am. And in particular, in cases where remains are either too badly decomposed or have been otherwise compromised to the point where traditional autopsy cannot be performed.
So, for the benefit for all of us here, in your mind, please distinguish cause of death and manner of death.
When someone uses the terms cause of death, it's why did the person die? But manner of death is how did they die? And most people would agree that in general there are 4 main categories that people look to when they talk about manner of death. And one of those categories is a natural death. Another category is an accidental death. A third category would be suicidal. Someone takes their own life. And the fourth major recognized category is homicide. That is, someone takes the life of someone else.
Based on your findings and examination of the material submitted to you in your training, do you have an opinion as to the manner of death of this individual?
I do, sir.
And what is that opinion?
My professional opinion, the manner of death, in this case, was by homicidal violence.
Could you explain that term for us, please?
Yes, sir. In inventorying and examining every fragment, every piece that was recovered from this scene, and in separating the human bone from the non-human bone, from the non-bone, whether it was metal, fiber, whatever. There were 2 fragments in particular, 2 skull fragments that showed, in my mind, unmistakable defects or unnatural openings that were not caused either by some disease process, they weren't pathological, nor were they caused by any congenital condition or some kind of condition that someone might have been born with.
Now, if you could turn to the next exhibit you have there, that is Exhibit 3.
That is Exhibit 390.
What are we looking at?
We are looking at one of the cranial fragments. Obviously, it's unrecognizable to most people who haven't spent many years looking at bone fragments. But this is a human bone fragment that has been burned, that is fragmented. You are looking if you think of the skull kind of as a ball that has an inside surface and an outside surface. You are looking at the inside surface of a skull bone that I know comes from the side of the skull. And I know that because of these anatomical landmarks here. These what looks like tracks in the sand are actually impressions in the bone in which vessels sit. And when you hear that someone has meningitis, these tracts are the areas in which middle meningeal vessels sit. These vessels that become inflamed when someone does have meningitis. So, the fact that we see these vessels markings mean that this bone has come from one of these two bones on the side of the skull. And these bones, they're matched bones. They're called parietal bones. P-A-R-I-T-A-L. There's a left parietal bone and a right parietal bone. And when I take this bone and orientate it in its correct anatomical position, because of the placement and direction of these vessel markings, I know that this fragment came from the left side of the skull, from the left parietal. I was
going to say parietal is P-A-R-I-E.
E-T-A-L.
Okay. And just so we're oriented in common everyday parlance, where on the skull is a parietal bone found?
As I mentioned, we have two parietal bones. One, it's a matched set. We have one on the left side of our skull and one on the right side.
All right. In relation to an area that people are familiar with, sometimes called the temporal area, where in relation to the temporal area with this parietal bone, which appears to be depicted in Exhibit 390, where would that be on the left side?
The temple area would be to the front portion of that bone.
Okay. Before I go further into having you describe the findings regarding these unnatural defects to the skull fragments, were there any other reasons that you believed supported any other finding that you made that supported your opinion that this was homicidal violence?
Well, I think there was a clear effort to obscure a body through burning. The extreme heat-related fragmentation, the burning of the bone, in some cases, the calcined bone, taking the destruction of the bone mineral to its extent. There was an obvious attempt, in my professional opinion, to obscure the identity of an individual.
All right. Returning then again to these defects, you've talked a little bit about the parietal defect depicted in Exhibit 390. If I could direct your attention to Exhibit 391, if you could tell us what that is.
Mr. Fallon, before you begin, or continue, I'm going to give people a chance to get up and stretch. It's been about an hour since we've been out here, so we're going to take a break. Just a chance to get up and stretch. All right, you may be seated. Mr. Fallon, you may continue.
Directing your attention, I think we were at Exhibit 391. What is Exhibit 391?
391 represents an image of three different bones that were reapproximated or refitted from the left parietal. This larger fragment, now in proper anatomical position, is the fragment, the only fragment we saw in the previous image. You are looking at the fragment if you were standing inside of the skull, looking to the inside of the left side of the skull. And so again, I would call your attention to these vessel markings that now are in proper anatomical position. The outside of the skull would be behind.
All right. Now, you mentioned something about these defects. Is the one of the defects that you found with associated with parietal skull bone, is it featured in this exhibit here?
Yes, sir, it is.
Would you point out to us the defect that caused you some concern and support your opinion with respect to homicidal violence as a manner of death?
Yes, sir. I would like to call your attention to the top portion of this bone, and in particular to this semicircular defect here that has another smaller unnatural opening here. And this is actually the border from the outside of the unnatural opening. And this area here, that looks very much like honeycomb. Actually, kind of is honeycomb. Our skull is made up, it's a kind of a sandwich between hard, flat bone on the outside, hard, flat bone on the inside, with a honeycomb type of bone in the middle. And it's through this honeycomb type of bone there's fat, and there's blood vessels, and so on. What you're looking at here is the internal portion of the skull. We don't see the outside of the skull, but what you're looking at is kind of the inside of a crater, where the inside of the skull bone here is gone. It's missing, and you're looking directly into the honeycomb portion of the skull.
All right. And if you return to the next exhibit, 392, I believe.
Yes, sir.
And what is depicted in exhibit 392 then?
What we are looking at here is essentially the flip side of what we were just looking at. We are looking at the three bones, but this time from the outside of the skull. And what I will call your attention to is the circular or crescent-shaped opening reflected on the outside of the skull. This is essentially just above where that honeycomb bone was on the inside of the skull that we just looked at.
Now, I also note, in addition to the couple of different colored dots on that, there also appears to be an arrow on exhibit 392. Do you know what that is?
That's correct. I believe that is a copper marker that was affixed there by a representative of the Wisconsin Crime Laboratory.
Mr. Olson?
I believe so.
All right. If we could direct your attention to the next exhibit, I believe it would be 393.
May I just return for one moment?
Oh, sure. I'm sorry if I interrupted you.
No, that's we mentioned before the my attempt at marking some of the bone fragments, and what I would like to call your attention to here are these two different colors of nail polish on this bone. The parietal fragment with the defect,
right,
or the unnatural opening and an adjoining parietal fragment showing the same two markings.
All right. And that's, as you said, that's related to your color coding system.
That's correct.
To assist you in recognizing what the items are and when you received them and where they came from.
And additionally, whether there were any specific results that I wanted to show on that particular bone.
Exhibit 393. What is it that we are looking at and with respect to Exhibit 393?
This is another part of the skull. This time not from the left side of the skull, but from the back side of the skull. And you're looking again, at the internal portion or the inside of the skull bone, two different fragments that reapproximate, that fit together, and an area where you can see clearly a honeycomb appearance to the bone, which means a portion of the inside between the outside of the skull and the inner skull bone is exposed.
And is there a name for this particular bone?
This bone is known as the occipital bone. OCCIPITAL. And it's the bone you feel at the back of your skull.
And the area where this defect is that the area which seems to be our attention because to be directed by virtue of the triangular marker?
That's correct.
And next exhibit, please. I believe this is exhibit 394.
Yes, sir.
And what is it that we're looking at here?
This is a view of the same two bones, although you get a better sense of the totality of those two bones. Just by way of reference, I will point your attention here to the inner table of the skull, the inner margin of the skull. And again, this honeycomb bone between the inner and outer tables of the skull, that's exposed. And again, another copper-colored pointer pointing to this unnatural opening.
Now, are you familiar with the phrase internal beveling?
Yes, sir, I am.
And could you tell us what that is?
Internal beveling is kind of cratering. It's where there may be an opening. For example, if you take a piece of drywall or sheetrock and you hammer something into it, you're liable to have a small hole on the outside. But if you flip that piece of particle board around, you see a wider opening or a cratering on the opposite side. And that's basically what we are seeing here on the internal view of the skull bone at the back of the skull.
And so you were pointing again to the area where you've identified it as a defect, and it's indicated in this photo by the crime lab marker.
It is, and the honeycomb appearance of the bone.
All right. Was there anything else about this internal beveling or this that you've earlier referred to it as a defect that was unusual?
In the sense that both of these defects, the cranial bones that were identified by me were taken for X-ray in November of 2005, and 10 different X-ray films were taken, and the results of those X-rays indicate that there were what are called radiopaque particles, or little areas on X-ray that were much whiter than and much denser than surrounding bone. And when you look at these X-rays, those little white flecks, the reason they are so white in comparison with the surrounding bone is that the X-rays, while they pass through bone, do not pass through these other areas. And that's why you have that whiter appearance in relationship to the bone itself.
So this radiopaque or denser material, which of the bones had presence of this material, and the parietal bone or the occipital bone, or both?
Both, sir.
All right. Next exhibit, please. I'd like to step out a little bit from the trees and get more of the overview, the forest perspective. Well, before we do that, we have at least one last internal photo. What is it that we're looking at here with respect to this particular photo?
We are looking at the flip side, or the outside of that occipital bone, the bone at the back of the skull that shows the unnatural opening. And what I will point out here is the outside of that opening, as well as the loss of a little bit of the outer bone, which is not unusual when a bone is burned, and as it is in this case, the bone becomes very brittle and fragile, and it's not unusual to see some spalling off of bone from the outer surface.
All right. Next exhibit, please. That would be Exhibit 396.
Yes, sir.
All right. Exhibit 396, does that generally depict the location of the parietal defect as you observed it?
Yes, sir, it does.
Next one, please. What are we looking at here? I take it this is Exhibit 397?
Yes, it is. What we are looking at are two of the three fragments that could be reapproximated or refitted from the left parietal bone. I'll call your attention again to these vessel markings telling me that this, in fact, comes from a parietal bone, and more specifically, call your attention to the internal beveling or internal cratering of the parietal bone. And what I like to call your attention to are these four flecks or whiter areas depicted on X-ray. Here's one, here's another, here's a third, and here's a fourth.
Directing your attention to the in the beveled defect.
Yes, sir.
Are those dense white specks or particles, are these naturally occurring?
They are not, sir.
When we say something is radiopaque, can you give a layman's an understanding of that term?
Well, I'm certainly not a radiologist, but it means that the X-rays, which are not visible to the naked eye, cannot penetrate whatever that substance is, and in this case can penetrate the bone, but cannot penetrate these other more dense substances.
All right. If you would take the next exhibit, Exhibit 398.
Yes, sir.
What are we looking at in Exhibit 398?
We are looking at one of the X-rays, one of the 10 X-rays that was taken in November of 2005 of selected cranial fragments, and in particular, I'd like to call your attention to some of the sutures that we talked about before. The irregular shape of these bones, but in particular, I like to focus on this bone up in the upper left-hand corner.
All right. Now, what bone is it that we've zoomed in on now at the upper left-hand corner of Exhibit 398? There are eight bones depicted, and we're looking at the one in the upper left-hand corner. And what is it that, which bone, first of all, is that the parietal or the occipital?
That is the occipital fragment with the unnatural opening.
All right. And would you identify clearly then the radiopaque dense particles that you've been talking about?
Yes. I focus your attention in this area within and adjacent to the unnatural opening or defect. And in X-ray, when I look at the X-rays, I count at least 10 different particles. There may actually be more.
All right. Thank you. Would you turn to the next exhibit, please? That would be Exhibit 399.
Yes, sir.
All right. And 399, what is depicted on Exhibit 399?
We are looking at the back of this graphic skeleton, the back kind of from the left-hand side of the skeleton and the approximate area of where that occipital defect or opening is on the bone. It's related to the previous slide we just saw of the X-ray. This is the portion of the bone that showed at least 10 of those radiopaque or dense particles adjacent to the defect.
All right. Excuse me. All right. Doctor, in terms of these defects, were you able at all, based on your findings, to determine a particular order in which these defects may have occurred?
No, sir.
Are these naturally occurring defects in the human condition?
They are most certainly not.
Why not?
Based on it's not what our bone looks like. It's not what our skull bone looks like. We may have tiny openings for the passage of blood vessels, but we do not have openings that are this large or that cause the outer or inner tables of the skull to be fractured away or to expose the honeycomb bone in between the outer and inner layers of the skull.
In your opinion, Doctor, did these defects exist before the burning episode or did they occur after?
In my professional opinion, these defects occurred prior to or before the burning episode. Before.
Tell us why.
As I look at that bone, it's always important to look at the distribution of burning and the color on the bones. And inside the defects are the cratering, and the honeycomb portion of the inside of the skull is of the same color as the outside burn portion and the inside burn portion. And based on that observation, it is my professional opinion that these defects occurred prior to the burning episode.
What does the presence of the internal beveling coupled with the localized radiopaque particles on the parietal and occipital bones signify to you?
To me, those defects and what those defects look like signifies what happens to skull bone when it's subjected to a gunshot or gunshots.
I have a few questions here to conclude. Before I do, Doctor, you mentioned something about the concept of postcranial remains, having described them as below the head. What other postcranial remains were you able to identify as coming from the area behind the garage that we've been referring to as the burn pit?
I would say that virtually every part of the skeleton, obviously there were no entire bones that were found, but at least a fragment or more of almost every bone below the neck was recovered in that burn pit. One bone that's conspicuously absent are the left and right kneecaps, for example, but that is not surprising to me, given that those bones were made up almost exclusively of that honeycomb. Very fragile bone that I would expect not to survive a burning episode. So it's not surprising to me that I've not found evidence of the kneecaps, but virtually every other bone below the neck, I found evidence for.
Next exhibit, please. I'm showing you what has been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 400.
Yes, sir.
And with respect to Exhibit 400, is this representative of the variety of human bone that you found in this area?
Yes, sir.
So you have some rib bone, some hand, some legs, clavicle,
There is,
or shoulder bones?
yes. Obviously, no entire bone, but enough of a bone or bones, enough of the anatomical landmark that I can say this is part of the spine, or this is part of a rib, or this is part of a collarbone. Yes, I can.
Now, there were some other bones that you found that you weren't completely sure were human or not. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Let's talk a little bit about that, if you'd like. All right. We'll talk about them in this context, other than damage caused by fire or gunshot, as you've told us about. What other bones did you find that had other indicators of damage or unnatural occurring injury to them?
There were several other bones whose origin I could not be sure of. In other words, I was not sure that the bones were definitely human.
I'll get to that in a minute.
Okay.
If you would just describe for us, first of all, what the possibility or probability, describe the bone that you have pictured in your mind right now, and then we'll talk about it.
There is one bone fragment in particular, a part of a bone shaft. That kind of tubular, cylindrical portion of a bone is probably not more than about 2 or 2.5 inches. That shows evidence of cut marks and of a saw cut as well.
All right.
And that bone is unburned to the point of being calcined. In other words, its color has moved beyond black, but to whitish gray.
All right. Now, with respect to that particular bone, can you say to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that bone shaft fragment is a human bone?
I cannot, sir.
Did you find any evidence of the superior aspect of an iliac blade?
Yes, I did. And for everyone in the room but me, I'll show you where that is.
That's my next question.
And
thank you. Bail me out.
The pelvis is made up of 3 different bones: the left hip bone, the right hip bone, and the sacrum, which is the bone that sits at the base of the spine and actually is the lowermost portion of the spine. And the iliac crest is this top area here, what you actually feel if you rub your hand on your hip bone. That's known as the iliac crest.
All right. Now, the bone that you suspected to be the iliac crest, can you say to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that is human bone?
No, sir, I cannot.
Did you find evidence or of a bone that's referred to as a sacral iliac articulation?
Actually, those are 2 bones. It's where the right half of the sacrum, or the lowermost portion of the spine, articulates. It's actually adjoined with the right side of the hip bone.
And in terms of that suspected bone fragment, can you say to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that was human bone?
I cannot.
Doctor, were you able to perform any of the tests on these bones to determine if they were of human origin?
No. There were no other tests that I performed.
And why is that?
I did not. There is the potential for using microscopes to look, for example, to try and confirm if suspected human bone might actually be human bone or animal bone. But given the condition of the remains, I did not believe that cutting into the bone, that they would survive that, those kinds of tests, and so I did not perform them.
Did you make an effort to have several bone fragments submitted to the FBI laboratory to attempt further identification?
Yes, sir, I did.
Based upon your examination of those bones and the material that you had, did you find any human bone that was identified as being collected from a site other than the burn pit behind the defendant's garage?
Yes, sir, I did.
Tell us about that.
Their human bone was also found in and among material that was collected from what was designated burn barrel number 2.
All right. And what type of bone fragment do you recall as having come from that particular burn barrel?
There was a portion of a scapula or a shoulder blade, some long bone fragments, a possible hand bone, metacarpal, and I believe there was a 4th representation, but I don't remember. I certainly can check my notes if you like.
Would it spine bone, perhaps?
Yes, vertebral spine. Thank you.
Sorry, what was that?
Could you, counsel, didn't you hear that?
Part of the spine, a vertebral element.
Vertebral?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, doctor. And the opinion that the remains were those of an adult female, less than 30 to 35 years of age, do you hold that opinion to be to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, I do.
The opinion that the internal beveling observed in the left parietal bone is characteristic of a gunshot or bullet entrance wound. Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, sir, I do.
The opinion that the internal beveling observed in the occipital bone left of the midline is characteristic of a gunshot bullet entrance wound. Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, sir, I do.
The opinion that the internal beveling observed in the left parietal bone and the occipital bone occurred before the burning episode, do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, sir, I do.
And finally, doctor, the opinion that the manner of death for this person was homicidal violence, do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, I do.
I would move into evidence the exhibits that I have had this witness identify. Upon their receipt, would pass the witness for cross-examination.
Any objection to the exhibits?
I have no objection to any of the exhibits.
Very well. Court will order all exhibits are testified to by this witness are admitted. And at this time we're going to take our afternoon break. Members of the jury, I remind you not to discuss the case during the break. And we'll resume cross-examination after the break. You may be seated, counsel. I'll try not to interrupt you in your examination for a stretch break, but science class is pretty heavy for the jury, so when I look at them and think they need a break, I'll try to do it at a logical time.
You should feel free to do that.
Alright, we'll see you at 3. You may be seated. Is someone going to get the witness? Alright, Mr. Strang, you may begin.
Thank you, Your Honour. Dr. Eisenberg, let's start by agreeing, if we can, that in all the work that you did on this case with human bone, possible human bones, suspected human bone, all of the work which you've testified, you had no evidence that more than one person was involved in terms of a contributor of bones?
Are you asking me whether or not more than one individual was represented by what I examined?
That's right. That you have no evidence that you saw bone fragments from more than one person. Is that a better way to put it?
I have no evidence for having seen any duplicate bones in what I examined. That's correct.
No evidence that you saw bones that were characteristically male, for example.
No trace that would suggest to me any of those fragments came from a male skeleton.
Nothing to suggest female human bones of a detectably different age range than the under 30 to 35 years you've testified to here today.
That's correct.
The evidence that you have is that the bone fragments were attributable to one person and one person only?
That's correct.
Did I hear you stop just short of giving us your opinion on the cause of death? Did I hear you stop just short of that?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. I heard you say that you had an opinion on manner of death, correct?
I was asked to render an opinion as to manner of death.
And the manner of death you assigned here in your opinion as homicide, or I think your term was homicidal violence.
Yes, sir.
All right. And again, that's manner of death is a term of art, if you will, normally used by a medical examiner, for example, or coroner pathologist.
That's correct.
All right. And we have accidental, suicidal, homicidal, and there's a fourth one.
Natural.
Natural, which would encompass illness or heart attack, that kind of thing, correct? In natural?
Well, I guess it depends on the situation. And since I'm not a forensic pathologist, I really don't know how to answer that question.
Well, I'd understood you to be saying here to this jury that you are qualified to give an opinion on manner of death.
In the absence of remains that could be subject to a traditional autopsy, then really the forensic anthropologist is the only one who can offer such information.
And are you qualified to opine on manner of death, including natural, accidental, homicidal, and suicidal?
I believe, depending on the nature of the case, yes, I am.
What do you mean by depending on the nature of the case?
If the remains are highly fragmented, whether or not they're burned, if the remains are too decomposed or skeletonized for a traditional autopsy, then if the forensic anthropologist observes something that is significant and can speak to cause and or manner of death, I believe it's the duty of the forensic anthropologist to provide that information.
All right. Now, right now, I'm interested in manner. We'll get to cause. But is there a situation in which you would be qualified to opine that a cause of death was natural?
I don't believe so.
Then it's also true that there is not a situation in which you would be qualified to exclude natural cause of death unless you definitely could include or attribute manner of death to homicide, suicide.
There are many cases with which I've been associated or asked to examine where no cause or manner of death can be attributed.
Let's go back and let's work on answering the question I'm asking. All right. manner of death?
Yes, sir.
I think we've established that you can't think of a case in which you would be qualified to offer an opinion that the manner of death was natural. Did I understand you?
That is correct. And that is because often a forensic anthropologist is not provided with enough remains to be able to do that. In other words, if I'm presented with
All right.
a skeleton,
The answer to my question is yes. You are not qualified to render an opinion in any case you can think of that the manner of death was natural. The
I don't.
answer to the question is yes.
I am not. I don't believe I'm not qualified. I simply believe that there is no way for me to observe and interpret what might be considered a natural death.
And if there's no way for you to observe and interpret it, then you certainly wouldn't offer an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that something was a natural cause of death, would you?
That's correct.
All right. And then the question when we got a little bogged down was then, unless you could say to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that the manner of death was either homicidal or suicidal, you also could not rule out natural death, could you?
By exclusion, no, I could not.
The same would be true both calling an accidental death as the manner of death or rule out accidental as the manner of death.
Objection as to the relevance of an opinion of an opinion regarding accidental or natural death to our circumstances here. These are not opinions elicited.
No, but I think she was tendered as an expert on giving an opinion on manner of death.
In the context in which it was asked,
I'm not sure if these are foundational questions leading to something else, or where we are going.
They are.
All right. On a foundational basis, I will allow it.
Again, not qualified to give an opinion within your field that something's an accidental death.
There may be circumstances where I might be able to distinguish an accidental death from a different type of manner.
Okay. And that's that the situation there might be, just to use an easy example, the crash of a jetliner, of an airplane, possibly. Correct?
Well, I certainly wouldn't give an opinion as to how people died because there may have been many factors beyond my expertise.
Okay. But again, if we're just talking about manner and not cause, if you had no evidence that the plane fell out of the sky because of a bomb or some deliberate human action, but rather that the plane crash was an accident, in that instance, you, as a forensic anthropologist, might be able to say that the manner of death of a passenger in the plane was an accident or was accidental.
That's correct.
But again, I think what I hear you saying is that you, as a forensic anthropologist, have a fairly limited range in which you are comfortable opining on the manner of death if accident is a possibility.
It depends on my observations and what's presented to me for analysis.
Now, let's go then to cause of death, all right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Cause is just if it's a homicide, how did the homicide happen, right? I mean, was it a gunshot? Was it something else? That's what we mean by a cause of death.
That's correct.
All right. And ideally, we would try to assign something more specific than that. If it's a gunshot, we'd like to know a gunshot to where, correct?
Correct.
All right. Here, you are not able to give an opinion that a gunshot or a gunshot's cause the death as of the person whose bones you examined, are you?
I am able to note the presence of defects that are consistent in architecture and what's happened to the bone.
And again, that wasn't my question, was it?
Would you ask it again then, please?
I'd be happy to. You are not able to give us an opinion here that gunshots was the cause of death of the person whose bones you examined.
In the absence of any other professional looking at these remains, that is my testimony.
Why don't you tell me just exactly what evidence you have on which to conclude that the defects here you've described as gunshot wounds happened before the death of the person whose bones you examined?
I would be happy to repeat the answer I gave before when that question was asked.
What is the evidence? Let's assume there are gunshots for purpose of our discussion here. All right. What we're calling unnatural defects. Let's assume they're gunshots. What evidence did you see that allows you to conclude that those gunshots happened before or at the time of death?
I'm not able to tell you whether those gunshots. I can tell you that the gunshots happened before death. I cannot tell you within a time interval how close to the time of death they occurred.
I think I heard you testify that you could tell us that the gunshots happened before burning. Did I hear that correctly?
That's correct.
All right. And you explained why you concluded that the gunshots happened before burning.
Yes.
Of the bones, because the coloration's about the same, including on that beveled surface on the inside of the bone.
Yes, sir.
The interior side of the bone. So I understand that you believe that the gunshot wounds here happened before the bones were burned. I'm clear on that. Tell me what evidence you have that the gunshots to those bones happened before death as opposed to a dead person being shot.
After or before burning?
I'm talking about before burning. I'm talking about well before burning, okay? What evidence do you have that the person whose bones have the gunshot holes was alive and breathing as opposed to dead? A corpse, unburned but dead, at the time the gunshot wounds made the holes you identified in those bones.
So if I may ask the question in a different way to make sure I understand what you're asking, you are asking me how can I be sure that a person who was already dead then did not sustain 2 gunshot wounds to the head?
I'll work with that. Can you work with that for me in answering the question about...
Is that a fair assessment?
Sure.
Of what you've asked me?
Sure.
Given the fragmentation to the skull and the inability to put the entire skull back together, I cannot say that.
As you sit here and on the evidence you have, one or both of those gunshots as easily could have been fired into the skull of a dead person as into the skull of a living person. True?
That is possible.
Which, not only possible, it's true, isn't it?
Yes. In the absence of being able to reconstruct the skull, I would agree with you.
And you've completed the work that you've been able to do on reconstruction of this skull?
To the best of my ability, yes.
All right. And if the gunshots wounds were fired into the skull after the person was dead, then the gunshots did not cause the death of the person, did they?
That would be a correct assessment.
If the gunshots did not cause the death of the person, then, as we go back to manner of death as homicide, the evidence you have for homicide is the burning or destruction of the bones that you saw.
That is correct.
The burning or destruction of these bones clearly happened after death or post-mortem, as you say.
One would hope so.
You have no evidence that it occurred before death.
I do not.
So if you're unable to give us an opinion on the cause of death, then you also are unable to give an opinion on the manner of death unless we take as sufficient support for your opinion on homicidal violence as the manner of death, the burning or destruction of the bones that you've described.
That's correct.
Now, you understand, I don't mean to have angels dancing on the head of a pin here. You understand, because you're a forensic anthropologist, you apply anthropology, the science of human behaviour, cultural and physical characteristics, to law.
That is correct.
All right. And the law in the state of Wisconsin includes, among other possible crimes, but two relevant here, first-degree intentional homicide, that is, intentionally causing the death of a human being. You understand that?
Yes.
And a crime called mutilation of a corpse. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
As well. And if one is living, then the defendant or the person is incapable of mutilating a corpse because it, you know, if you're living, you're not a corpse, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you understand here that these folks to your left will have to make a distinction between homicide on the one hand and mutilating a corpse on the other. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
All right. And you certainly would view the burning of bones to this state of char and calcination as mutilation of a corpse, and that to the extent that these are human bones, that looks like mutilation of a corpse, doesn't it?
That's correct. Although mutilation of a corpse does not, it's not mutually exclusive. In other words...
Understood.
Okay.
Understood. But in terms of you would view what's happened here with the fragmentation and burning of bones as mutilating a corpse if someone had done that intentionally, wouldn't you?
Correct.
All right. Now, in your work with these bone fragments, you found evidence of 2 gunshot wounds, I take it?
Yes, sir.
You did not find evidence of 10 or 11 gunshot wounds in any of your work with these bone fragments?
I did not.
Let's spend a little bit of time talking now, just sort of backing up a bit to the recovery of bone fragments. The initial process of recovery. I understand you weren't there, okay, but I want to talk to you about the recovery process, all right? You were out of state at a conference in Denver or something, and didn't attend the recovery efforts of any bone fragments here?
That is correct.
Indeed, you weren't asked to do that.
That is correct.
Your initial contact on November 9 was a phone call simply alerting you that someone was bringing a box of material collected to you.
Yes, sir.
All right. And indeed somebody did. So when you came to the office on November 10, there was a box waiting for you on your arrival.
That's correct.
This was the box you've described as being under tag 8318.
That's correct.
Now, when you talk about tags a lot, and I understand that, and you do, but when evidence is collected, the person or people collecting that evidence will give it a unique number, often on a tag, correct?
That's correct.
so they can keep straight what it is they found and what they did with it, and then keep track later of where it goes. Who's got their hands on it?
As well as that number is also associated with the location of the find.
Absolutely.
Yes.
In general, and certainly in this case?
Yes, sir.
And the location will be described with some degree of, I guess, specificity. Here, 8318 was described as being behind Stephen Avery's garage, or words to that effect.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you know a gentleman named Dr. Ken Bennett, who also, I think, lives in Madison?
Yes, I do.
Ken Bennett, also a PhD like you?
Yes, that's correct.
Also a forensic anthropologist?
Yes.
A colleague or at least an acquaintance of yours?
Yes.
And because you were out of town, Dr. Bennett was the first to take a look at some of the bone fragments that you later examined?
That's correct.
To your knowledge, he wasn't asked to go to the recovery scene either.
Objection. Calls for hearsay.
I guess I said to your knowledge, and that may or not call for hearsay.
Source of the information would be for Mr. Bennett or another agent that would be hearsay.
Let me withdraw it and we'll go at it this way.
All right.
You and Dr. Bennett share a specific field of expertise.
That's correct.
Forensic anthropology.
Yes.
There aren't that many of you folks in the world, or at least certainly in the state of Wisconsin.
There aren't that many board-certified forensic anthropologists.
He's also board-certified.
He is not.
And he's someone with whom you've worked collegially at various times in the past.
Initially, when I moved to Wisconsin, he invited me to work with him on a number of cases.
In your field of forensic anthropology, is it reasonable to rely on information provided by another forensic anthropologist whom you know to be honest and qualified?
Are you asking, do I make an independent assessment, or do I rely on information provided by a colleague and peer?
Oh, I'm quite certain that you always make an independent assessment in the end, don't you?
I do.
Yes, but...
And
in doing...
And in the beginning...
Okay. And in doing that, because you can't be all places at all times, you have to rely on information provided by others.
Well, I think that the investigators had to rely on someone who was knowledgeable at the time.
No, I'm talking about you, though. I mean, you got to rely, and you do routinely rely on some information provided by others.
Certainly, in terms of forensic literature, that would be a good example.
That would be one good example. Another good example would be when you come in and you say, these are bones that were found behind Stephen Avery's garage. You've never seen Stephen Avery's garage in person in your life, have you?
That is correct.
Okay. So you're getting that kind of information from law enforcement, right?
That's correct.
Perfectly reasonable in your field to rely on law enforcement officers for that sort of information?
Yes, they are trained in investigations.
Sure. And so when they tell you this is tag 8318 and it was found behind Stephen Avery's garage, unless you have some very good reason to doubt that, that's information that you rely on as part of your work in forensic anthropology.
That is correct.
Likewise, if Dr. Ken Bennett gives you information about what he saw or what he did, unless you've got some very good reason to doubt that, it's reasonable for you to rely on it in doing your own work.
No, I don't agree with you.
You wouldn't rely on Dr. Bennett?
I would listen. If he provided me with information, I would certainly note that, but I would start my investigation from scratch, independent of any information he or anyone else gave me.
So if Dr. Bennett had told you this is tag 8318 and it's from behind Stephen Avery's garage, you would have said, no, I've got to start from scratch. I'm going to drive to Michigan, Wisconsin, and make sure there's a Stephen Avery who's got a garage.
Well, the information provided to Dr. Bennett ultimately came from law enforcement, and it would be from law enforcement that I would take that information.
Okay, all right. So what ultimately came from law enforcement? You know that Dr. Bennett wasn't tasked to come to the scene of Stephen Avery's garage either, don't you?
No, I don't know that, sir.
You don't?
I don't.
All right. Do you have any information that there was an anthropologist present anywhere at the Avery salvage yard during the recovery of the bones you saw?
I do not believe there was.
That wasn't so hard, was it?
No.
Okay. And what you do know is that you, regardless of who was at the scene, you did not receive any record of where any particular fragment was found in relation to any other fragment.
That is correct.
You got sort of general locations for batches or boxes or bags of fragments.
That's true.
Area behind the garage, here's a box containing a number of fragments.
Or burn pit, here's a box.
Right.
Correct.
Or, for example, beyond the burn barrel number 2.
That's correct.
Okay. And but as you're going through the fragments that you received, you did not have benefit of knowing where fragment A was found in relation to fragment B or fragment C.
That is correct.
Indeed, we've had testimony here that part of the recovery process involved first taking a shovel or a small hand tool of some kind, both I guess. The testimony was scooping up, a shovel of something out of, let's say, the burn area or the burn pits, and then putting it on a sifting tray. We've had testimony like that here. Is that consistent with your understanding of the recovery process?
Unfortunately, I know little or nothing about how the recovery was undertaken.
All right. You say, unfortunately, you know little or nothing about that. Why do you say unfortunately?
Well, I wasn't here when the majority of the work took place, and I know only what was associated with the evidence identifier in terms of location.
You're familiar with sifting of possible human remains?
I am. As an archaeologist and forensic anthropologist, I am.
Right. And that's actually, I was going to get there eventually. But your day job, so to speak, is that you're the coordinator for the State Historical Society's burial site preservation program.
That's correct.
For the state of Wisconsin.
That's correct.
And burial site preservation is something that falls into a subfield of anthropology called archaeology.
That's correct.
Which you could define better than I, but essentially it's historical focus on physical, cultural, behavioural characteristics of human beings.
Actually, the majority of my experience is from prehistoric archaeological sites.
I should have said that because we've got history and then we've got prehistory.
Right.
All the way back to conceivably the earliest Homo sapiens or earlier, conceivably, would fall into archaeology.
That's correct.
So you're familiar with this process of sifting at, for example, a burial site?
Yes.
Now, when you sift and you're sort of shaking things through unnecessarily, what you're doing is you're rearranging the orientation or placement of, let's say, bone fragments from what they were before being disturbed.
Depending on how they were taken from the ground and placed in the screen, that is a possibility.
Okay, if they're taken from the ground with a good old shovel and the shovel's turned over on the screen, we're likely to be reorienting, if you will, the placement of the bone fragments each to the other.
Well, archaeologists sift and screen all the time, and we know where that shovelful came from. And as long as what's found in the screen is associated with the location of origin, then we are just fine with that.
Sure. No, I understand that you
Right.
screen all the time.
Right.
I'm just saying that part of what we're doing, if this is, it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it's going to be dark in 2 hours, so we're going to sort of swoop and scoop. Part of what we're doing is we're rearranging the places of the fragments. That's all. I'm not.
Archaeology, by its very nature, is a destructive endeavor, and so, in a sense, that's what happens.
Yeah, and if there was not a note made of where this shovelful came, or better yet, if there was not a photography taken, of each, let's say, a grid section of small areas, we later would not know where fragments from a particular shovelful came in relation at least to any other shovelful.
That is true. I would offer in this particular case, given the burn fragments, the dark color, while photography is often accompanies this kind of endeavor, photography in this case may not have been all that helpful in terms of discriminating one fragment from another.
We'll never know because we don't have the photography.
I don't know that, but if that's what you're telling me...
You've never seen any photographs of these?
I have not.
These fragments in place as found?
I have not.
Okay. Now, obviously, archaeology is destructive in the sense that you and I just agreed, if we're sifting and removing things from one place and taking them to another, in a sense, we're destroying the site, if you will, or rearranging, changing the placement of the bones. True?
And any other material that might be of...
And any other...
right.
Material that might be of interest.
Right.
But essentially, if we do this, we scoop it up, we put it on a sifting screen. This is a little bit like taking the pieces of a jigsaw puzzle and shaking the box up.
I'm going to object to that characterization. As I recall the testimony of Mr. Ertel, he testified that this was carefully done. He pushed on with a shovel and then put in a sifter. It's not this swoop and scoop, let's shovel it over like we're digging a ditch. So we object to this characterization of the question.
Okay, Mr. Strang.
I can reframe it
My understanding was this witness indicated she didn't actually know anything about the particular method of collection here. I understood the question to be more of a general nature.
Yes, they are, but let me rephrase it. I think the point is fairly clear when we're sifting and shaking to try to get smaller pieces to fall through and larger pieces to stay up in the mesh, and then we do it again with a finer mesh. We're simply reorienting, shaking the bones around the fragments. True.
With the ultimate goal of identifying and recovering the maximum number of items.
Well, absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely. Understood. Now, it is true, though, that you had been at the scene. Had you been at the scene, you might have done this recovery differently.
Objection calls for speculation.
Well, I think she knows how she would have done a recovery.
Well, I'm not sure how she can answer the question if she doesn't know how it was done in the first place. I mean, she said that it wasn't there. I think you have to rephrase the question.
Let's go at it this way. You have participated in burial site recoveries a number of times yourself.
Of unburned skeletons, correct.
Of unburned skeletons.
And on 2 occasions, clandestine graves.
Okay. So this is work you've done, is you've been out to a grave site, or we'll call it a burial site, and you've participated in recovery, correct?
That's correct.
You've directed recovery?
Yes, I have.
All right. One of the things you do, for example, at a burial site would be typically to set up a grid.
Depending on the nature of the site, maybe yes, maybe no. Every site is a little bit different. Many of the discoveries that I get called out to in association with my job for the state of Wisconsin involves an accidental disturbance of a portion of a burial. Under Wisconsin law, excavations of burials are now prohibited without a permit. So not even an archaeologist could go out and do that.
Okay, but assuming there's no legal prohibition and the terrain allowed it, one of the things you have done in the past is set up a grid, if you will.
That's correct.
Tell the jurors what you mean by a grid.
Well, one of the important things that you do want to do is map or note the location of interest with respect to a known point, so that even once the excavation is completed with reference to that known point, you can go back to that spot if needed to for some reason. The benefit, where appropriate, of setting up a grid of sorts is to provide a somewhat more systematic way of recovery. So ultimately, you will have an idea of the relationship of different parts of the body to each other.
And so if we're using a grid to do that, we would set up the grid around and probably just beyond the area that we suspect is the burial site to be excavated or recovered.
Correct.
And then this grid would consist of some number of essentially squares.
Or you may choose to run a string down the middle and excavate the west half and then excavate the east half. So there are varying degrees of specificity that you...
Sure, but no matter how many ways we divide up the space into just 2 with a string down the middle, or into 8 or 4 or 16 or whatever it is, what we can do then is we can identify a sector of the grid in which we're working at the moment.
That's correct.
Finish that sector, document what we've taken out of there, and then move to another sector.
That's correct. And sometimes that documentation doesn't occur until you get back to the laboratory.
Mm-hmm. But later we'll have a record of at least what area or sector of our grid particular items have come from.
That's correct.
You also, in your work, recovering or excavating a burial site, you'll set up what you might call a contamination path.
Well, not necessarily. Well, with respect to forensic work, I certainly would, but let me preface that by saying that if I am asked to assist at a scene, it is not my investigation. That investigation belongs to the local jurisdiction, and if I'm invited in to assist, I may make recommendations, but that doesn't mean that I come in and call the shots. It is always someone else's investigation.
Yes, understood. And I think that's, that's consistent with my recollection, at least, of the testimony we've heard here from, let's say, crime lab people.
Okay.
They are asked to assist, as you would be on occasion. You would be brought in for your expertise, correct?
That's correct.
But you wouldn't be running the show. You would be offering your advice, which, of course, your advice is why you're being asked to attend.
Which may or may not be followed.
Right. Your advice, at least, would be, if this was forensic, if something that might end up in a courtroom, your advice would be to establish something like a contamination path or a contamination corridor so that we know where we're walking in and out of the site.
Well, that would not be my job. That would be the job of whoever's scene it was to maintain chain of custody, to create a contamination path, and so on.
And I think I said you would make a recommendation.
I don't think I would need to make that recommendation. That is part of normal police protocol.
You would expect the police normally to
correct.
do exactly that.
Okay.
And where possible, you might try to either photograph or mark the items of interest, let's say where they lie before picking them up in any way, or scooping them, or removing them in any way.
I would certainly call the attention of an item of interest to an evidence technician and a scene photographer.
Sure, where it's possible.
Correct.
I understand here, you were hypothesizing that given the dark and charred burn quality of these bones, photography may or may not have worked.
Correct.
But the nail polish idea that you had, for example, later, was a way for you to later associate one bone fragment, at least, with a tag number.
That's correct.
Were given.
That's correct.
Conceivably, that sort of nail polish idea or something, some similar coding or of bones or fragments of bones might be done by sector of a grid.
That's a possibility, yes.
Again, if we're worried about where things are in relation to one another.
Correct.
Now, one of the reasons that trying to identify things when they're still in the original place can be important arises here in a situation where bones have been burned, and that once bones are burned to a certain level, they become quite fragile.
For a high temperature for a prolonged period and so on. That's correct.
Right. In fact, it's your experience, very commonly, a calcined bone may disintegrate with any handling.
It certainly be extremely fragile and require very careful handling.
And you may get spoiling of some disintegration, no matter how careful you are.
That's correct.
So if one wanted in that situation to see a very brittle or calcined bone as found, one would almost have to photograph or in some way record without touching the appearance of the bone.
Yes.
Calcined, by the way, as you described that, but it's a chemical change in the minerals of the bone that produces something called calx. Is that your best understanding?
I don't know the term calyx. I apologize.
CALX.
No, I don't know that term.
Okay, it's the noun. The calcine is the adjective. In any event, these things have a white appearance to them.
And calcined bone can be a range of colors from blue to grey to pinks to whites to yellows even.
And it tends to be sort of powdery on the surface.
If it's taken to the extreme, yes.
Now, the reason you might go to the trouble in a burial recovery of the grid of a contamination path and photographing or trying to identify things in place is that you may want to know later, when you actually do get a chance to examine bones or bone fragments up close, how close they were in distribution and placement to a human skeleton.
That would be correct.
That's sort of the point of this exercise, correct?
If there's any way to determine, for example, what the position of the body was.
Right. So in other words, if by a careful recovery process we find that essentially charred and badly burned bones without any tissue at all nevertheless are found in the place they would be, for example, if a skeleton was lying prone on its back, we will know something about whether that site was disturbed.
That's correct.
Disturbed after burning occurred.
Or as part of the burning episode.
Or as part of the burning process.
Right.
Exactly. So there's a number of ways that I call this a cremation site might be disturbed. One is during the burning process.
In order to keep the fire going?
Absolutely. Poking the fire, putting fuel on, whatever it may be.
Correct.
Okay. Another way it may be disturbed after burning is animals, just sort of animals in the environment. Maybe they're rummaging around or carrying off bones or sort of disturbing the scene.
It's possible, although what I understand about animals coming to scenes of burned human remains, typically they don't. It's not like a body that may be out in the woods that's subject to coyotes and dogs and raccoons and so on.
Okay.
Typically, animals do not come near burnt human remains.
They aren't drawn to the burnt remains.
Correct.
Okay. A decomposing body you've seen, you'll see often. I know there's a better forensic term for this, but sort of animal damage as things are pulled off or carried away.
That's correct. The body essentially is in their territory.
Exactly.
Right.
And another thing you may see specifically, or you'd be looking for in a cremation site, is conceivably, whether some effort was made to change the body before it was burned.
Can you be more specific?
I'm sure I can. Dismember a body, for example.
Dismembering marks would be quite obvious even after a burning episode.
But a starting point might be, if in recovering the bones we find limbs or bones from limbs. In places where they would not anatomically be, we would potentially look further for evidence of dismemberment.
That's correct.
We also, in a less sort of grotesque way, we might be interested, or you would be interested, if you could determine the position in which a body fell, or the position in which it was lying or standing, or whatever it was when burned.
That's correct.
And so knowing where the bones first were found might provide you some evidence from which you later could draw a conclusion about body position.
That's correct.
Now, as it's happened here, what you got was boxes and bags of fragments.
That's correct.
You, I don't know who was here in the initial sort, but sort of early in the process, you then tried to separate fragments by areas of the body to the extent you could identify visually what partial bone you were looking at.
That's correct. After sorting human from non-human and other non-biological items, the next step in the process would be identification of fragments and grouping of like fragments from the same bone, if you will.
Right. So you divided the body up into, I think it was 8 different categories, face and cranial.
Initially.
Right. And tried to separate things into those 8 groups after weeding out the non-human and indeed the non-biological.
That's correct.
Stuff. And then you've already told us about how you went the next step and tried to colour code, not tried, you did, colour code bone fragments by tag number, correct?
Yes.
Which at least told you the approximate area that the police say they recovered those fragments from.
That's correct.
And none of that, though, in none of that were you able then to say whether the body had been disturbed or altered in the places in which it was found.
I cannot.
If I could trouble counsel, maybe we could go back to Exhibit 392. And I'll give you, well, if we can get it up on the screen, you can see it from there?
I can.
Okay. Exhibit 392, I think. In fact, it is 392. It says on the upper left corner there.
I do see that now. Thank you.
Now, these are 3 pieces that you were able to fit back together.
Yes.
2 of them you nestled right up next to each other like puzzle pieces, correct? And the third one, I guess, you left that off a little bit?
Just to show that by separating it, that yet there was a third piece that and that piece does in fact refit.
Right. It slides up and fits.
It does.
Right on there. Okay. Now the 2 pieces on the left have double dots of some wonderful nail polish colour.
They do.
All right. And the one on the right, I see only 1 dot.
That's correct.
Only 1 colour. Does that mean the one on the right was actually found in a different place or under a different tag number than the 2 on the left?
No. The 2 fragments on the left, they each retain 2 different nail polish dots, means something different. The more orangey red of the colours that appears on each of the 3 fragments means that those 3 3 fragments came from the original recovery tag number 8318. The second dot on each of the 2 fragments on the left side of the screen indicate that each of those fragments showed signatures in X-ray of a material of particles denser than the bone itself. So radiopaque particles that we have talked about previously.
Fair enough. Okay. So we now understand your code. We've got these little speckles of radiopaque stuff on the 2 pieces on the left, but not on the piece on the right.
Correct. That are not visible to the naked eye.
Very good. We could probably take that down. Thank you very much, Mr. Kratz. You were involved, I think, the very first picture you were shown and you explained for the jury showed you involved in a sifting or sorting sort of process yourself at the Dane County morgue?
No, that photo was actually taken at the Wisconsin Crime Laboratory in Madison.
Okay. The crime laboratory, and this is again a process where you spread things out on tarps or plastic sheets and went very carefully through a thinly spread layer of the debris or material that had been recovered.
Of badly burned debris. Correct.
All right. One of the things that came out of that was, to your knowledge, the discovery of some you could call metal grommets or rivets here. Were you around or were you aware of discovery of some metal?
There were some metal objects that I had identified as such in my original sort on November 10.
All right. And those were kept as something possibly of interest.
Those were returned to the Calumet County Sheriff's Office. Correct.
You also found, do you have your reports with you, by the way?
I do. And I'm assuming they were also placed into evidence, or have they not yet been?
One of them has.
One? Okay.
So, yeah, don't worry about it. I was just going to invite you, if you need to feel free to look at your reports.
Thank you.
This isn't a closed book exam here.
Thank you.
Just tell us if you need to look at a report. But you found also some pieces or remnants of fabric as you sorted through bone fragments and other material at various times.
That's correct.
The fragments of fabric you also kept?
They were placed usually in vials or in a Ziploc bags, marked with the evidence tag number if they were not kept with the bones themselves.
You remember any fabric fragments or scraps of fabric that looked to you like blue denim?
With as much time that's passed, I don't remember.
One way or the other. Now, here you may need your report, which is why I sort of warmed you up for that. If you don't, that's fine, but your recollection is that the largest bulk of human bone fragments that you saw came in under this original tag, 8318.
I don't know if I can answer your question, because I looked at so many different containers that, taken collectively, may have been larger in bulk. What I can tell you is that the majority of the identifiable fragments probably did come from that initial collection tag 38318, and also provided me with the initial information that allowed me to determine sex and age.
Great. That's a good start. And you also know that some of the fragments you examined came from an area east of the burn pits or the burn area.
That's correct.
You know that because they had a separate tag number.
That's correct.
And some of the fragments that you had examined came under a tag number saying they were found north of the burn area.
That's correct.
On yet a third tag said these fragments came from west of the burn area.
That's correct.
You were aware of at least one fragment, I think the initial fragment found, that came from about 8 feet south of the burn area.
I do not know to which fragment you're referring.
Okay, maybe that wasn't separately tagged, but we've got 8318, which comes from the burn area, is your understanding?
The burn pit sifted, correct.
Right, the burn pit. And then east, north, and west of there?
Correct.
And in each of those 4 groupings, under these different tag numbers, you found human bone?
May I refer to my report?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And here I'm referring to my second report that includes a basic spreadsheet of tag numbers and a material that was collected under each tag number.
That's correct.
What I don't have on this list is the reference location for each tag number.
Why don't you try page 4 of your first report?
I think while the witness is looking at that, we'll take a chance for a stretch break if anybody wants one. Go ahead.
May I ask you to repeat the question or have the question read back, please?
Sure. What I'm asking you is, in each of those 4 areas, burn area, east, north, and west, you were able to identify some human bone fragment.
Actually, in the container or the package labeled bone fragments found north end of burn pile, south end of garage, no bone was found in that. Associated with that evidence tag number, simply lots and lots of what appeared to be insulation for what may have been wire that was no longer present.
Some burned metal wire.
Well, the burned insulation, kind of tubular, thin insulation was
Okay.
in that container.
Okay, fair enough. But east and west, you did find human bone fragments?
Yes, I did.
And the burn area itself was described to you as roughly a rectangular area, 6 by 6 feet, more or less?
What I know of the burn area is from my reading of Trooper Timothy Austin's graphic depiction of the scene.
Which is about 6 feet by 6 feet, more or less square or rectangular?
There was no scale in the photo that I remembered, but
Fair enough. Okay. We've heard testimony to that, and you, of course, didn't get to hear that. You have no reason to doubt the DCI agents who described the burn pits?
I do not.
Okay. As 6 feet by 6 feet rectangular, so let me just see whether we can agree that if, first of all, you didn't find the whole skeleton, obviously.
That is true. It was impossible to reconstruct an entire skeleton.
Right. But you did find at least a piece of most of the bones, almost all of the bones in the skeleton.
Correct. and for some bones, multiple pieces.
Right. In all, though, this may be helpful for a woman of Teresa HALBACH's reported height and weight. You actually have a formula you can use to give a rough idea of what you would expect the total bone weight of that skeleton to be.
Well, there has been some work done in that regard by some anthropologists and by some other people, and in general. As I read that information and distill it and figure out what everyone is saying, some people say there's a lot of variability based on geography. Other people say it's an unreliable measure. Other people give weight numbers in grams for if a fragmentary bone weighs this much, then it was likely a male. If it weighs under this amount, it was likely female. So I think there's a lot of information out there. What I've come to think about as I worked on this case is that it may be more important to think in terms of volume rather than weight of fragments.
Okay.
And for that, I went to some of the literature that funeral homes and crematoriums put out. And there's kind of a rule of thumb that says for every pound of body weight, if you're buying an urn, for example, you should assume 1 cubic inch per pound of body weight. And as I did my quick calculations, if Miss HALBACH's weight was as it was stated on the missing persons poster as 135 pounds, then in terms of volume, what would have been expected if we were able to identify every fragment as human and group them all together? The volume of her remains after the burning incident, after cremation of sorts, if you will, would be a little larger than a 2-liter bottle of soda. And I say that with all due respect.
No, I understand. A little bit more than 2 litres.
Correct. About 2.2 litres.
For a person of about that weight.
Correct. If
And stature.
The crematory estimates for the weight to volume conversion is accurate.
Right. And what you had here was substantially less than 2 litres of volume.
I'd say probably I have 2 to 3/5 of what might be expected given those rough calculations.
Okay, fair enough. So something perhaps, and this is all very rough, but perhaps 2 to 3/5, 40 to 60% of what might be a complete skeleton.
Correct.
In total.
No, I'm sorry. That's not what I said. In terms of expected volume from human remains of the stated weight for Miss HALBACH.
Yes.
I believe if you filled or put those fragments into a 2-liter bottle, about 40 to 40% of that bottle would be filled.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. And what we know then is that there are pieces missing.
We know that there are pieces that are missing. That's correct.
Not recovered.
Or not there to recover after the burning episode.
Exactly, I mean.
Correct.
The reasons for not being recovered may be just complete reduction to ash or something unrecognisable by fire.
Correct.
Or missing for some other reason.
Correct.
And if the stated height on the missing poster is about right, of 5'6", we also know that if human bones were found east and west, and if you'll take my word that there was testimony about a bone found being found 8 feet south, a bone fragment being found 8 feet south, and then some in the middle of the burn pit, we also know that the human skeleton of someone 5'6" would not have spread to that area as it lay in place.
You're saying, for example, from head to toe?
Head to toe, fingertip to fingertip.
That's correct. I also understand that there were some weather-related changes happening to the scene out of everyone's control.
Sure.
So it's possible that the heavy rains that were reported could have transported some fragments from their original location.
We don't know the cause, but we do know that at least if the information reported to you is accurate, we do know that we're finding human bone fragments transported away from where they would have been in terms of skeletal position or human anatomy.
In other words, the distribution of fragments is larger than what you would expect if a body was placed in one location.
Well said, exactly. And that's what I mean, and that's what you mean.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So how or what or why, we don't know, but fragments have been moved, had moved, true?
I'm relying on what you're telling me.
Okay. You talked a little bit about animals a while back, and I want to just tie that up quickly. You saw no evidence of the site or any of the bone fragments here being distributed by a dog, did you?
I did not.
Objection. That's two questions in one. There's the bone themselves and the site. That's two different.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Let's just talk about the bone fragments, okay?
Yes.
You didn't see any evidence that any of the bone fragments, the human bone fragments that you identified, had been disturbed in any way by a dog?
I did not.
Now, up until now, we've really been talking about one general area, the area behind Stephen Avery's garage, fair enough?
Yes.
And then, but we've broken that down by some tag numbers to the burn pit. Specifically, in the east and west, north, you found no bone.
Correct.
No human bone, anyway. But that site, taken as a whole, okay, that site was not the only place from which you identified human bone fragments here.
That is correct.
Another place in which, or from which, you were able to identify human bone fragments was something called the Yander burn barrel number 2.
That is correct.
Can you see me and still be heard?
Yes.
All right. You talked about Trooper Austin before, and then what I'm showing you here is Exhibit 113, which has been received, and we all also know to be Trooper Austin's work. Did you come to learn in the course of your work the location or approximate location of the Yander burn barrel number 2?
Once I received, it was sometime in December it was December 1, 2006, when I met with Trooper Austin, that I learned there were these barrels were located.
Why don't you point out the location of the barrels with your laser pointer, if you would? You see 4 of them represented there in this diagram?
Yes.
All right. Doesn't one of them was number 2?
That is correct.
All right. And then if we zoom back out, can you point out the area you've been describing as behind Stephen Avery's garage?
Not in this view. I don't believe I can.
Okay. Do you know which is Stephen Avery's garage or no? If you don't, that's fine.
I can't tell from this perspective.
Fair enough. Okay. In any event, you understood that burn barrel number 2 was a barrel associated with the Yander residence, not the Avery residence.
That's correct.
Specifically, the items that came to you from the Yander burn barrel number 2 were tagged number 7964.
May I confirm that?
Of course, 7964.
That's correct.
That's the property or the evidence tag number for the Yander burn
Yes.
barrel number 2. Now, from that burn barrel number 2, you were able to identify human bones.
That's correct.
You made a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that these were human bone and not from some other animal.
There was human bone as well as non-human bone in that barrel.
Fair enough. And I want to be clear, but the things that you identified as human, you did so to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty in your field.
Yes, sir.
All right. I show you Exhibit 401, which I think is an exhibit from the report that you and Trooper Austin did together. Am I right?
That is correct.
Do you recognise that as a diagram depicting where and what types of bones you found or identified as human in the Yander burn barrel number 2?
Yes, sir.
Let me see if I can make this work. Maybe I shouldn't leave it to Mr. Butin. Do we now have Exhibit 401 up in colour on the...
Yes, you do.
Okay. You identified part of a human scapula.
Yes, sir.
In that burn barrel on the shoulder blade, as you said.
A portion of the shoulder blade.
Okay. You identified one or more portions of the spinal column or the vertebrae.
Fragments from the spinal column, yes.
More than one?
I believe there were.
Okay. Identified one or more bones from the hand, metacarpals.
At least one.
And more than one fragment of long bones.
Yes, sir.
Now, these fragments of long bones were small enough that you weren't able to decide which of the long bones in the human body they came from.
That's correct.
Or even whether they all came from the same long bone in the human body.
That's correct.
What you can say, though, is that the human bone fragments that you found in Yander burn barrel number 2 were not bones that, or, pieces of bones that are connected to one another, so to speak. This feels clumsy. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Are you asking whether any of the fragments of human bone that I found in burn barrel refit with one another?
Let's start there. I wasn't, but let's start with that.
I was not able to make any refits or reapproximations from the few bone fragments that came from the barrel.
Okay. You tried, but were not able to.
That's correct.
All right. And then I was at least one greater area of generality. And again, I'm sorry, but I'm fumbling around. But the vertebrae that you found are not necessarily in the same part of the body, so to speak, as a scapula.
I didn't find any whole vertebrae, but portions I believe, of facets that allow one spinal element to stack on top of each other. So what we think of as a spine, most of it is that honeycomb bone that
Right.
doesn't survive well in heat, fire. So there were isolated fragments that could be identifiable as two locations, but I could not tell you where along the spine they came from.
Okay. Let's go at it this way, sort of graphic way, and I apologise. But if one were going to cut up or dismember a body, you would not expect any one limb or piece to account for all of the differing locations of bone fragment that you found in the Yander's burn barrel.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
If my arm had been removed, okay,
Yes.
and then burned in a burn barrel, and no more disturbing of that burn barrel scene had happened, you might find pieces that you could associate with my arm.
That's correct.
Maybe pieces of fingers or bones in my hand. Maybe the ulnar, I guess that's the radius on this side, and the ulnar down there. And then maybe the long bone up here.
Yes.
You might find a socket or something, conceivably.
I might find a piece of the shoulder joint. That's correct.
Okay, but things you might be able to then identify as coming from a distinct limb or portion of my body.
I would certainly try and do that.
Here, the distribution of the fragments you found did not suggest, that they came from one piece of a body that might be easily removed before burning.
That's correct.
It sort of had a scattering, if you will, of fragments in that Yander burn barrel.
A scattering from throughout the body.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, there was you noticed that the human bone fragments in the Yander burn barrel were charred in much the same way as the human bone fragments you found under the other evidence tags.
That's correct, sir.
Some were calcined.
I don't recall that. I'm sorry.
But the general physical appearance of the bones in the Yander burn barrel was much like the general physical appearance of the bones in the Stephen Avery burn area or behind the garage.
That's correct.
Okay. There was a third site that resulted in evidence under another tag number being brought to you, was there not?
Yes.
And this would be evidence tag number 8675. Did you find evidence tag number 8675 in your report?
You hadn't asked me a question or asked me to do anything.
I'm sorry.
So I didn't look.
Okay. It may be helpful to go to your discussion of tag number 8675.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, do you have the Austin report with you as well?
I do not.
You do not? Okay. I'll show this to Mr. Fallon. We'll mark this. Exhibit 402. Do you recognise that?
Yes, I do, sir.
What is it?
It looks like what I would call a plan view or a bird's eye view of a portion of the what's indicated here as the Avery salvage yard. That depicts the approximate location of the Stephen Avery residence with respect to the entire salvage yard, and then somewhere southwest of there, a point location from which tag number 8675 was identified.
Terrific. Now, let's put up Exhibit 402 on the Elmo. Okay, this is obviously just a diagram, but we've got Avery Road coming down from the north and then a box round what we've heard is about a 40-acre parcel for the Avery salvage yard.
Yes, sir.
You see that? And then a smaller box in there. Again, that's the approximate location of Stephen Avery's trailer and his garage.
Yes.
And then the flag you're talking about is the site from which the materials that you were given under exhibit or under tag number 8675 came?
That's correct.
All right. It appears to be well southwest of the Avery property.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Strang, can you let me know how long this line of questioning will go?
Yes, I actually was going to do that. I could break here comfortably, or I could do 5 more minutes and I would still have 30 minutes left, so...
All right. And I think we'll take a break for today and resume tomorrow morning. Members of the jury, I'll remind you before we leave today, do not discuss the case with each other. Make sure you do not listen to any news accounts or read anything or watch anything on TV about the case. With that, I will excuse you for today and we'll see you tomorrow morning. You may be seated. Counsel, if you could, after you clean up, I'd like you to stop in chambers again.
Sure.